pulling to Nazareth. I was feeling around 8:30. Just need some place where a man can lay his head. Hey, mister, can you tell me where a man might find a bed? He just grinned, he shook my hand, no was all he said. Take a load off Fanny, take a load for free. Take a load off Fanny, put the load right on me. Looked up my bags, I was looking for a place to hide, when I saw Carmen and the devil walking side by side. I said, hey Carmen, let's go downtown. She said, I gotta go, but my friend can stick around. Take a load off Fanny, take a load for free. Take a load off Fanny. Put the load right on me. Go down, Miss Moses, ain't nothing you can say. It's just old Luke, and Luke is waiting on the judgment day. Well, Luke, my friend, what about young Annalie? He said, do me a favor, son, won't you go and keep Annalie company? Take a load off Fanny, take a load for free. Take a load off Fanny. Put the load right on me. Crazy chest followed me and he caught me in the fog. Said, I would fix your rag if you would take Jack, my dog. Said, wait a minute, Chester, you know that I'm a peaceful man. He said, that's okay, won't you feed him when you can? Take a load off Fanny, take a load for free. Take a load off Fanny. Put the load right on me. Catch a cannonball now to take me down the line. My bag is sinking low and I do believe it's time to get back to Miss Fanny. You know that she's the only one who sent me here with her regards for everyone. Take a load off Fanny, take a load for free. Take a load off Fanny. Put the load right on me. Come to the water, You who are thirsty, though I have nothing, I bid you come and be filled with the gladness I have to offer. Come, listen, live. I went down to the hazelwood because the fire was in my head. I cut and peeled a hazel one and hooked a berry to a thread. And when white moths were on the wing and moth-like stars were flickering out, I threw the berry in the stream. A little silver trout. When I had laid it on the floor, I went to blow the fire flame when something rustled on the floor, and someone called me by my name. It had become a glimmering girl with apple blossom in her hair. She called me by my name and ran, vanished in the brightening air. Now I am old with wandering through hollow lands and hilly lands. I will find out where she has gone and kiss her lips and hold her hand and walk among long dappled grass and pluck until time and times are done. The silver apples of the moon, golden apples of the sun, and pluck till time and times are done. Silver apples of the moon, golden I went down, I went down, come to the waters, you who are thirsty, though I have nothing, I'll bid you come and be filled with the gladness I have to offer. Come, listen, live. Greetings, friends. Come, listen, live. Be filled with the water. Sound advice, if you ask me, right? How you doing? Glad to speak to you. Glad to address whomever. You could say, I hope all is well, but that goes without saying, right? The first song I sang there was, I'm sort of I'm feeling my guitar a little bit more. It's not quite up to scratch. And again, I'm also not probably used to singing I suppose the last time I sang that song now was many moons ago anyway, let's put it like that. But a very interesting song indeed, by the band called The Weight, W-E-I-G-H-T. And of course, just thinking about it, well, I thought about it before, but if gravity doesn't exist, then weight doesn't exist, because weight is defined in mathematical terms as your mass multiplied by gravity. And when we think about these sort of expressions, what does it mean to multiply a weight times a distance times a time? What does it mean when you do that? What do you come out with? You know, and again, when you look at it with a critical eye, you come out with nonsensical stuff, stuff we can't relate to. You know, I've been thinking during the week that we know why they send us to school and give us the writing and the reading. It's to indoctrinate the children and the innocents into their spellcraft. So words are said to have a fixed meaning. This is what we're told. Yet in reality, in the real world, it's anything but. And it's this power, the power of the spell that's used against us. So yeah, but obviously we knew that in one sense or another. But math was another thing. I mean, I was always good at math, and I know my own boy is good at math. But I mean, what does it mean at the end of the day? It's taught. Everything is taught incorrectly. You know, I could take any student, and in a couple of weeks, I could teach them more than what they've ever learned in all the years they've been learning maths. Because it's not because I have any special skill or anything. It's taught incorrectly. If I taught it in the sense, if I taught math in the sense that, well, listen, the flat Earth is laid out in grid-like fashion. So a Cartesian coordinate system is this manner of system, and this is how we determine how far any particular point is from a particular spot. So you could apply this math to sort of reality and real thinking, nothing to do with anything else outside of that, but just the pursuit of knowledge and understanding how everything works, or can work anyway, or what's the best way to have it work. Everything about or the modern life is confusing, and purposefully so, when the truth of things is everything is fucking simple enough. You know, we've just been misled and misguided and taken down a rabbit hole, if you will, from day one. But you know, if we didn't go through what we've been through, we wouldn't be here now, right? And the big question is, where are you now? I guess that's one for all of us to ask, and hopefully try and answer. But yeah, with math, so just as reading and writing was about indoctrinating the innocents into this corrupted system of spellcraft. Math is the same. It's all about commerce. The legal name is a commercial vehicle on the seas of commerce. And you inadvertently pilot it, whilst all the time you think it's you, because from the very day you went to school, or before that, the very first things you learn is your name. Again, is the dodo. You know, this is the very first word you, as a child, you can see how it works. Time and time again, dodo, soothing feeling, dodo, soothing feeling, that ingrained in your brain. This is why they must catch you at an early age. The earlier they catch you, and the earlier they can implant an idea in you, the more ingrained and set in stone. Stone is a very interesting word. The more set in stone it will tend to become, unless you shatter that, you know, unless you shatter those illusions, because it is only a false glue. You know, it's a thread. You know, it's a pattern that's hanging by a thread, a Damocles sword. You know, all it takes is one. And a Damocles sword, very interesting. An expression on my mind now is sword from the stone. Arthur, there's a movie, Arthur is out. Arthur won for Arthur, won the Grand National. I knew he would have won if I saw it. I would have put anything on it if I just saw the name. But again, I wasn't gambling. It was on the TV, and they do have a big spectacle about it. So I just said out of pig iron, or out of interest, not pig iron, just out of interest. You know, how would I do? And I just basically went on names. Didn't matter about the form or anything, even though I can read the form. I just went to basically the names, the numbers. I was specifically looking for an association with the North Centre. I had just been through looking at Arthur's seat in Edinburgh. Edinburgh is the real Jerusalem. Okay, so they moved everything, they flip everything. So I think Edinburgh is the real Jerusalem. Then you have Norway just above that. Everything is arranged differently. You think Scotland and Ireland are arranged this upright relative to everything else, and everything wraps around the North Centre. And even in terms of a flat Earth map, that's incorrect in my opinion interpretation. Ireland and England, everything is flipped to the side. That's why the Nile flows from east to west. That's a line from the Killer song, Spaceman. Anyone who hasn't seen that, what can you say? There's so many things to look at now, but have a look at that, if you will. Everything is in there. From, I'm going to say the dodo, definitely an avian theme. Mount Meru is in there. The spiral, the sun gyre, the Masons, downfall of the Masons as well. And I guess the ultimate sort of enlightenment, the one stone is there as well. You know, it's all included, and it's all about having sort of eyes to see it. But I did decode that somewhat, maybe this time last year, when I saw the song first, or it was recommended to me or something like that. But yeah, now that I can look at it again, there's so many other things to be gleaned from it. From the trees at the beginning to the very origins, where he steps out of this egg like structure, like Mork and Mindy style. And you know, it's that's just one example of where everything is encoded. But yeah, one of the particular lines is they say the Nile used to run from east to west. They say the Nile used to run from east to west. So, and the way he said it in the movie, in the video for the song as well, the lyrics themselves are very interesting as well. But yeah, the way he said it as well, it's like the flat Earth thing. You speak to someone of flat Earth, and they call you a dodo. So it's like me saying, people still believe that the Earth is flat, you know. But I know, you know what I mean. I know the Earth is flat, but I know what the common view is as well. So I go, people still believe that the Earth is flat. So when he says, they say the Nile used to run from east to west, that fucking means it did, and it does, and it always does. Doesn't according to the spherical globe Earth coordinate system, but according to the flat Earth, I'm going to say the dodo Cartesian coordinate or grid coordinate system. The dodo wears a checkerboard dress, like your local coordinates and ordnance survey maps. They're mapped out in grid-like fashion. Yeah. we can expand that to Earth-like fashion, because the Earth is fixed and stationary, and there is no variation in between the land, particular land masses. All it is land immersed up to a certain point in water. You know, if you take some of that water away and go pre-deluge, pre-inundation, and you know, at this stage, you know, if you're not, well, I mean, we have to make certain calls at certain points along the path. You know, you have to sort of go with an idea, not because, but depending on yourself, if you're taking it seriously, because it seriously harmonizes with you, and it's supported in, how do you put it, might even be a slight manner, but a definitive manner. This is the idea. This is what we're trying to work out. So unless we take these leaps, sometimes we will not make any progress. So yeah, they say the Nile used to run from east to west. Well, yeah, because the real coordinate system is this Cartesian coordinate system. East to west is left to right, or sorry, right to left, vice versa from west to east. Again, best way of visualizing it, put a dodo down, put a chessboard over the dodo, with the very center of the chessboard being the 0, origin point. And you can make as many squares as you like. Think of it like your science copybook, you know, where each big square is divided into 10 little squares, and etc. You can break it down to whatever degree you want. You always have that relative center, or that sort of absolute center. You know, everything is based off of that center. And you know, again, it's a fixity, and this is again not new. This is what the square represents in the Masonic square and compass. So it's a flat and stationary earth. You'll find that for the most part, the checkerboard pattern is on the ground. It's on the floor, so it applies to the earth. The compass applies to the contour of the sky, and the spherical coordinate system that is aptly applied. And then the G is a different thing. So anyway, let me briefly talk about the weight. Again, looking through it again with new eyes. The band, I've played it. I opened up another hangout with a band song, which is Acadian Driftwood. Excellent song there, and I mean, so much encoded into it as well. So definitely an insider band, and have lots to tell within their lyrics. The weight, yeah. I mean, I pulled into Nazareth. Obviously, it's a clear reference to Jesus of Nazareth, and all these people know. I think this is a fantasy. This is a fairy tale, you know. But there's truth encoded in it. So I mean, anyone who takes these things literally is losing the meaning, and they're misapplying and misappropriating their. I don't know what you want to call it. I don't know what you want to call it. It's like it's just your energies, you know, your power, I guess, into nothing. Jesus don't exist as a man. Certainly not as described. You know, Jesus is within us all. This is the whole idea. This is all about the individual waking up. So to externalize that power in such a grand sense, well, it's not good. And look at the establishment, which is promoting the fuck out of Jesus. You know, yeah, what are they? Your friends? Are they? Would you trust them to look after your children? Yeah. So this is the point. But they can't corrupt truth, absolute truth. They can't do that. Or again, greater game going on as well. So what's the ultimate motivation here? This is another sort of tangled web to unwind. But I think we're getting there. I have some interesting, very interesting things tonight. I have a puzzle for everyone. I have a puzzle. It's excellent. This is oh man. Anyone out there? Any people who are regulars listening to me, or if you might be listening afterwards, excellent puzzle. This is excellent, and it ties in so much, and it's in such a prominent position as well. You have to add weight, the weight. You have to add weight to it because it's so prominent, and it definitely ties in with everything that I have been saying. And I have made my way a certain way along the puzzle. I have a few ideas in my brain. So I'm definitely going to have the chat there and do a little bit of interactive problem solving, because yeah, there's definitely a problem there, and you'll be able to see it. When I point it out, you won't be able to miss it. And I know, again, I know I'm further along in the maze because I've had a brief, it's only a brief look, I promise you. I looked at it last night and I followed it for about 20 minutes. I just had a look because I'd looked at it before and I said, that's of interest. And there's so many things of interest in it, flat earth especially. And again, it's such a prominent thing that you're going to love the puzzle. So anyone who's listening in now, live or else afterwards, you know, if you're listening afterwards, pause it as we go through it. And let's see if you can see what I see. And also let's see, because I'm not fixed on the conclusion as well. So I'll be looking forward to getting a few pointers or hints, or not hints, just suggestions, ideas from anyone who may be listening. And again, this is going to apply to people who I guess have been listening on a regular basis. From here on in, it's just going to be more of the same. The dodo is the biggest thing ever, almost. Dodo is a gateway into so much more. And this is what I keep saying, this is not my puzzle. This is not, this applies to us all. These clues are left for us all. And yeah, the greater mystery, the greater, I'm going to say 420, 419, coming up to 420-year puzzle is in play. And it's in play big time. Yeah, so before I get into it a bit, and again, for the most part, which is how it is in practicality, I'm sitting here looking at a screen, so I'm just talking to myself, but I appreciate this, being able to talk out loud as well, because different ideas will come after saying things out loud, or having this sort of quasi-relationship that wouldn't have come if I had just kept all my thoughts to myself, you know. This is the emergent property of our existence, I guess. You never know what's coming next. So yeah, just let me get through this. I won't spend too much time. So it's yeah, by the band, big associations with Bob Dylan, and it's called The Wait. I pulled into Nazareth, was feeling about half past dead. I just need some place where I can lay my head. Hey, mister, can you tell me where a man might find a bed? He just grinned and shook my hand. No, was all he said. So yeah, that's in reference to Mary and Joseph, I guess, going into Nazareth on that fateful night. And then it's take a load off Fanny, take a load for free, take a load off Fanny. You know, Fanny means different things in different places, doesn't it? But I'm sure it didn't have that meaning. And put the load right on me. Okay, I picked up my bags. I was looking for a place to hide when I saw old Carmen and the devil walking side by side. I said, hey, Carmen, come on, let's go downtown. She said, I got to go, but my friend can stick around, so the devil can stick around. I actually read Carmen in French. I have it there. It's another one of the few books I kept on to because, I would definitely like to read that again in French, and just a good way of brushing up on the the story, obviously, but also on my French as well. And yeah, very interesting book made into an opera. And yeah, yeah, what is the devil? The devil is lived backwards. The devil is temptation, to men, what's the biggest temptation but women? The other half, if you will, I guess, is that magnetic attraction. If not to a particular individual, to an idea and to a feeling, I guess, or maybe a lack of a feeling. And I tie that lack of a feeling or a lacking, I guess, back to the divided state we're in. Rockabye Baby, Genesis 1, the Bible. Genesis 1, that just occurred to me the other day as well. The Bible, it's two stories. You have Genesis 1, and I've said this before I realized what the Bible was actually referring to, which is before and after conditions. You had a singular, you had an apple representing an intact electromagnetic field, and then with the bi taken out of it, yeah, you had a collapse of sorts from, again, a one ball to bi-ball, two ball. So there's one ball is still in existence, Genesis 1, behind the North Center. It's all about the North Center. It's waiting for you. It's waiting for us. If you want to go, it's waiting for you. And I'll tell you, when I find the answer, I'm not going to say if, when I find the answer, I'll be letting everybody know. So this is not just, oh, well, I mean, well, you know what I'm doing now, which is kind of sharing where I'm at with people. And again, this is all for real. This is all for real. The more stuff I look at now from here on in, it's just going to confirm it. And it's down to a few pretty basic things, you know. It all is, everything. But it's the biggest things ever, you know. And again, it does answer all the questions in a big sense, life, the universe, and everything. We can throw out the definitive answers that were given to us, which is life, meaningless, the universe, infinite and nothing, everything, well, nothing as well. So yeah, we can throw out those and maybe reverse them. That's the best way to go about things at this stage, and then see how you fare with that. You can always make your way towards what's been said. But yeah, take a load off Fanny. Take a load for free. Take a load off Fanny and put the load right on me. Go down, Miss Moses, ain't nothing you can say. It's just old Luke, and Luke's waiting on the judgment day. Well, Luke, my friend, what about young Annalie? He said, do me a favor, son, won't you stay and keep Annalie company? Take a load off Fanny, take a load for free. Take a load off Fanny, put the load right on me. Crazy Chester followed me and caught me, and he caught me in the fog. He said, I will fix your rag if you'll take Jack, my dog. I believe Jack is another name for Nick, Copernicus. Copernicus. I say Copernicus didn't exist. I say anyone before 1598, the early 1600s, given a reality, is a fabrication. Yeah. That's what I say. Again, before that date, completely different reality. Then you have to go into myth and legend to garner truth. So just all in terms of all of our fabricated reality, that's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. No ancient Israel, no ancient Egypt in the terms given, the pyramids built in the 18th century or the 19th century, all this sort of stuff, you know. Yeah, amazing thoughts, but as time goes by, it's just been, for me anyway, been confirmed left, right, and center. So I said, wait a minute, Chester, you know, I'm a peaceful man. He said, that's okay, boy. Won't you feed him when you can? Take a load off Fanny, take a load for free, take a load off Fanny, and put the load right on me. Last verse, catch a cannonball, now to take me down the line. My bag is sinking low, and I do believe it's time to get back to Miss Fanny. You know, she's the only one who sent me here with her regards for everyone. Take a load off Fanny, take a load for free, take a load off Fanny, and put the load right on me. Yeah. Definitely lots of decoding within that, as I said, Insider Band. And, you know, I think at this stage, there are millions worldwide who know the truth about the earth and the true story, the true history, the true past. Canned coffee. Spoon of coffee, spoon of honey, 2 spoons of coconut oil, a sprinkle of your favorite Mary J, nice dash of hot water, a little stir, canned coffee, just what the doctor didn't order. I fucking eat it every day. Yeah, so that was, sorry, so yeah, I'm not going to dwell too much on that, but definitely want to go through again myself. The weight on the shoulders of humanity, yeah. We've been putting across ourselves, haven't we? Think about it, think again. Yeah, that's what I started talking about, math. That's what we're taught math in school for from an early age, just to be a part and parcel of this commercial world. That's all it is, to be able to count the money, to be able um, to be able to fit in nicely, a nice little cog within the wheels of the system. This is the sole purpose where we're told these things in school, especially the plebs, you know, the public school systems and all that. When you have money and perceived power anyway, then you have a different education yourself. You're brought up with the trivium and the quadrivium. And yeah, these then go on to be, I guess, predetermined, you know, movers and shakers in society. This is how it works. And yeah, it's all crooked and bent. It has to be, needs must, you know, needs must. When we put materialism over the value, the innate value of us, priceless, you know, what price can you put on us as living beings? Well, then you have problems. And only because it's a greater game as well. You don't necessarily have problems in life with it. You can do very well financially, you can do very well materially wise, but you know, chances are you will have walked over your fellow man to a greater or lesser degree to get where you are. And along the way, then you will have compromised probably yourself to a great degree. So yeah, there's always a price to pay, I think. Ultimately, I'm of the thought that we yeah, there can't not be me, you know, there can't not be an existence for us. So I think, yeah, ultimately, we know what's right in our hearts, and we will be the biggest judge of our own actions afterwards. So, yeah, yeah, the devil is temptation. The devil is to side with this material, transient, perceived illusory value over what else? Over love, over love for all things, I guess. If you love all things, then all things have value and true value, you know. And yeah, this is where we have to, and I think we are indeed getting back to. It was great to see. It was great to see the meetup in what was it, Leamington Spa in England. I think it's central England somewhere. But yeah, it was great to see it. I mean, it must have been. You know, I'd look forward to hearing maybe stories from later on. People went to the pub. You know, everyone loosens up a bit. I'm sure there was great conversations had and great feeling all around. You know, it's easy for us to imagine that, because I guess for one, it can be pretty lonely and isolated being a flat earther in reality. You know, when you try to relate to someone, you're always judged. Almost immediately, you can see the judgment sort of oozing out of the listener. You know, Earth is flat, you fucking dodo. Earth is flat, you fucking dodo. This, you can see it. You know, you can see it. But you know, ever onwards. What else? You know, ever onwards. There's no going back to what? How can you go back to fabrication? I don't. That's not. It's. I don't know. It's in a sense, it would be like, I don't know, playing snakes and ladders with the grid-like structure, and just getting six and just saying, "Oh, I fancy going backwards. I'll go down," you know, instead of continuing on upwards. You know, it's sort of against the purpose of the whole thing, I think. So, yeah, once we have truth, we have to grasp it to our hearts, you know, and cling to it, because the truth is beautiful. Ultimately, absolutely sure of it. It's absolutely beautiful. And this is why I often talk about taking a step back and reserving judgment on all things. And especially, I guess, you know, up close and personal personalities on YouTube here who you have your suspicions about. You know, it's easy to go down the road and have very strong feelings about people who you know are deceiving you, but um, you're not aware of the greater motivations potentially. And I don't suppose any of us would appoint ourselves judges anyway in the first place. You know, I think with flat Earth, most of us have come back to the idea of a creator and a benevolent, all-loving creator, and yeah, everything is good ultimately. You know, we have to follow our hearts. Everything points to the heart. Queen of Hearts, Alice in Wonderland, is the main character. Um, well, not the main character, but you know, one of the main characters. And yeah, heart is everywhere. Jesus has always been in a statue, family statues. You know, in the house growing up, you had Jesus. Look a bit closer; he's pointing to his heart. You know, heart is an anagram of earth, which is almost an anagram as well of ether, with the old E sort of connected. You know, so yeah, it's a central part, and this is where our frequency and vibration is. And again, everything is literal. Everything isn't airy fairy and up in the sky. Everything is literal. No devil. The 666 again isn't a devil. You know, it's the 666 is the sun. It tells the story of the sun, which will tell the story of the fall of man as well. You know, so it's not the only thing to be feared, I suppose, is people using the knowledge against you and yours, you know, for their own benefit and your own detriment. But outside of that, no, it's just a story that's been told. And this heart, when Jesus points to his heart, um, yeah, it's not in an ethereal sense, you know, it's not in an, you know, fucking seven dimension sense. It's telling you that this heart is the control center. I talked about this before, that you can get your heart pumping really fast, or you can get it pumping really slow, depending on what input you're giving to it, be it mental or physical, you know. But we can control everything from there. We are under an all prevailing ether with the waters beyond, with every action is equal and opposite reaction. So if this barrier is holding dense waters back, then there must be an equal and opposite force. This is exactly what we're under, and this is exactly why you can't get up too high as well. Everything breaks down. It's like trying to force two southern pole pieces of very strong magnets together. The more you do it, the more violent the ultimate repulsion is. Yeah, but it's all about positioning within the magnetic field. So that's why we are you can only ever go up so high, and also we are under that unnatural influence on a consistent basis, which is a vibratory frequency, I guess. And the idea being that we can overcome that ourselves. We can increase our own frequency from the heart center and get it pumping down. I think we've got to get it pumping down and up. The way I look at it now from the side, it's like an 8, like an infinity sign. 8 has taken on more and more significance as well. It's all about the 8. The G is this usurper, the 7. So I thank Jamie for that, because I pointed out that the 13 is, as opposed to being unlucky, it's very lucky. Well, you know, it's very lucky. It has no bad. In reality, it's all about what things represent. So yeah, Jamie said, well, as everything, as you reversed it about the 13, does that mean 7 is an unlucky number? And I said, fucking nice. So I never thought about that. So then I had to think about that. And yes, it is. Yes, it is. 8 is the real 7, if you will. So yeah, more and more 8s everywhere. And I, you know, already pointed out 8 64, 8 or 64, or when I'm 64 is the Beatles. HH is 8 HH is hidden hand. So all of these different connections, this greater story has been told, and all of these threads are interconnected everywhere. You know, the threads are absolutely everywhere. Again, you can go back to the last century. Go back to the last century, Yeats, some of the poetry of Yeats, and he knows about it. He knows about it. You know, he knows about the giant trees. He knows about the time before and the time after. At least he writes about it. You know, but you just thinking about Yeats's poetry, very early poetry, the earlier when he was in his younger days, maybe, you know, late teens, early 20s. He was writing about all of this more mythical sort of fairy tale sort of themed poetry. But as he progressed, and he kept little flavors of it, but for the most part, he drifted off into more quotidian sort of ways of expression and topics of expression as well. But yeah, they know about it, you know, and that's the thing we have to bear in mind. This is not tip of the beak, if you will, in any sense. It's not tip of the beak. It's not the front of the peloton. It's not, you know, because everything that we're finding out is already known. So, I mean, how do we feel about that? Well, that's up to the individual. We definitely have to consider these things anyway. And when we go through this puzzle, and it is a puzzle, if you will, and it's, you know, again, anyone who's sort of listens semi regularly will appreciate it more than most. So yeah, that was The Wait. I'll leave it there. Anyone listening, just go into YouTube, fancy listening to that. I mean, it's an excellent version. This is probably an 8-man band pulling the whole thing together, and that's just one of their many excellent songs that'll be timeless. Will be timeless for me anyway. And yeah, I'm not sure how much justice I did it. I didn't think it sounded too good, like, as I was singing it, but that's fine. Second song was, speaking of W.B. Yeats, The Love Song of Wandering Aengus. And that's a poem originally by W.B. Yeats. Interesting ideas in it as well. Again, that's one of the earlier poems, so it's sort of takes a lot of its inspiration from Irish folklore, this sort of stuff, you know, and he applies it. But interesting lines about the moon and the sun within it. And I think he knows exactly, I'm just from reading some of his other poetry, he knows exactly what the sun, the moon, and the stars are, I think. And again, I'm just sticking to where I'm at the minute. It's all about the sun. It's all about the sun template. Everything else and all the different variations and wobbles, it's got to do with the wobbling of the sun. And it's also got to do with the barrier, the contour of the barrier, which acts like a perfect mirror that these lights are being, these energies, that's the best way to put it, is energies. These energies are being broadcast against and reflected against. All these lights are observer dependent. Yeah, so that was so the second song, The Love Song of Wandering Aengus, W.B. Yeats. Christy Moore put it to music, so a nice little slow song. And just myself, I put the beginning and the end to it. Come to the waters, you who are thirsty, though I have nothing, I bid you come and be filled with the gladness I have to offer. Come, listen, live. Maybe that was some song we learned for communion time or something, you know. Communion, confirmation. So you get communed. You create this bond with an unknown, and then you confirm it at a later stage. This goes back to what I was talking about. The earlier you can get children and indoctrinate them into these core beliefs, then the longer, on average, that these corrupted ideas will stick with the children, you know, as they grow into adulthood. Just thinking about it with the saints, the Christian saints, the Catholic saints, etc. You know, I went to Catholic school, and just imposing everywhere you can do. I mean, we had a nun teaching us for the first 3 years of my life, I think. And yeah, all complete indoctrination, you know, absolute. And I mean, Jesus, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. When you look at it, when you just step back and look at it, then the amount of lives wasted, and not because of ill intent on their behalf, but just because of I guess ignorance, I suppose, just not questioning enough, not bringing everything back to basics before you make decisions, life-changing decisions like that. I mean, to take a vow of celibacy for your whole life is a pretty serious thing to get involved in, isn't it? You know, so again, well, these are systems that have come down to us through I was going to say through the ages, but definitely through the years. And these systems are certainly not for our good anyway. But yeah, that's where I learned that. So come to the waters, you who are thirsty. Though I have nothing, I bid you come and be filled with the gladness I have to offer. Come, listen, live. And not that I intended it as well, but that ties in with Jesus, of course, and the weight, the song I sang before that, has a sort of Jesus of Nazareth feel to it as well, or theme to it. So, okay. I better check to make sure that everything's coming through all right. And just say hello to whomever. Everything's coming through all right. Yeah, that seems to be good. Okay, let's sit back again. Yeah, let me pop out the chat. That's what I'll do. And I can just double check. Actually, let me put that down on low. Yeah, see, that's up on, I don't need that up at 480. So if I put down for 144, that'd be grand. And then that should clear up some bandwidth. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that seems to be coming through grand. Let me just go through chat and say hello to whoever might be in there. Multi-Tom, how you doing, Tom? Good to see you, man. I hope you'll follow along with the puzzle I'm setting tonight. It's pretty exciting. I think you'll agree, especially because I know that you've been listening in. Yeah, you're going to like that. I'll bring it up in Paint, and I can sort of draw in as we make our way through it. I can definitely see. As I said, I look forward to this myself because I've gotten so far, and I think I might. Well, I certainly have an idea in mind anyway, where X marks the spot is. But I'll be definitely interested to receive any input, anyone who is willing and kind enough to offer some ideas. So yeah, I'll go through that in a bit. Bag of beans, how you doing, man? Or girl, whatever. I mean, I don't know. So I can just say, how you doing? Good to see you. Bobby Gunadi, okay. How you doing, Bobby? Pete's fascinating. I doubt that very much, but I'm definitely sure you're talking about some other Pete. You may be in the wrong place, man, or you, but not to worry. Yeah, good to see you, Cigar Face. How you doing, Cigar Face? Yeah, don't know too much about you. Of course, you're one of the crew, so you're welcome. But usual rules apply. Keep it polite, I guess. Keep it respectful somewhat. And beyond that, there shouldn't be any problem. I'll just urge anyone who has a wrench as well, only I would say in extreme cases, please use the wrench. I think we have to remember we're all equal here, but we do understand that there are people in place to distract and disrupt and just make shit of things. So once they go across the line, absolutely. John Twatson. John Twatson, how you doing? Whoever that is, probably Jeremy or P. Mars or something like that. But Pete snorted. You don't snort DMT anyway from early in the morning. No, man, I don't snort anything. The strongest drug that I have is alcohol and cannabis. That's it. Don't go for anything else. Not that I haven't tried anything else in the past. That would be untrue to say. But yeah. The worst drugs are the legal ones in a sense, but none of that stuff. So how you doing, John Twatson? Again, keep it. I don't mind stuff like that. You know what I mean? That's absolutely grand, and we have to laugh sometimes. But it's only when I suppose you start to get personal and deliberately, so that you know it's uncalled for, and you'll know that a sort of a banning won't be out of the question, and you'll have no cause for hurt feelings. So anyway, Billy Sunday, how you doing, Billy? Nice to see you, Mark. I know you're involved with the Sun and Moon group, and I went over there a few times, and I know there's probably some excellent discussions going on there, but obviously there's legs to it, and I'm thinking, when I do sort of take it seriously, or just decide to go through a whole hangout, I'll pretty much pick up the model, or the gist of the model anyway, throughout the course of 3 or 4 hours. So yeah, I look forward to that. And yeah, we're all searching, isn't it? We're all searching. I don't see the need myself, just in my own thinking, for any fourth dimension, anything Pac-Man like. I don't, for it to disappear at one side and to immediately reappear in another. I don't see the need for that. I see a continuous circuit that can be reasonably explained in my own brain anyway. But yeah, definitely all information is to be taken on board and sifted through and considered. I think this is the important thing now more than ever. Each individual is at their own place in terms of their own reckoning. So I can only ever speak for myself, and that's all I'm doing, Yeah, so yeah, welcome, Mark, welcome. James Doherty, how you doing, James? You're another stalwart. You've been around a long time, man. Any chance you're tempted to go back to the ball? I doubt it. What do you reckon? I think the ball is dead for most of us at this stage. So that only leads to looking forward to seeing, well, what else can we solve with the information that we have? There are certainly lots of questions. But I don't think it's insoluble. Even though there is so much that is insoluble. Once you get beyond a certain way of or layer of thinking, you realize that, well, listen, I'm very limited here because I can only go so far, and beyond that is sort of unknowable. So you just sort of have to leave it. It's like asking what's beyond. So I can settle on a near and a contoured barrier, but it's like asking what's beyond that. How are we just one bubble and there's millions and billions of other bubbles and the water's beyond? You just sort of have to leave it. There's no garnering any further truth by contemplation. It's into the realms of complete speculation, and unless you come across further information, there's no way of knowing that. So again, it's sort of a local puzzle, working out this flat Earth and just this system that we're in, or this realm that we're under. So yeah, how you doing, James? Channel Q's, how you doing? Don't know if we've ever spoke, Channel Q. Don't think so, but I think we might have communicated just briefly or whatever in chat. So I'll just say how you doing and welcome. Cat Earth is here. How you doing, Cat Earth? I was thinking about I did say I'd read a poem. I sort of had a brief look, but I didn't have a proper look. So if you bear with me, maybe till the next time, and I'll definitely pick out one and just give it a read anyway. There's plenty of my poems lying around. But I'll say how you doing, and I still don't know whether you're a spherical earther or a ball earther. If you're a ball earther, or spherical earther, or flat earther, if you're a ball earther, I would just say with the wrench, that's to avoid anyone kicking you out or anything. But if you are a ball earther, I would definitely encourage you not to use the wrench too much to maybe possibly undo someone else's decisions, but yeah, I don't take it too seriously, and I take it for the most part. Most people don't take the wrench too seriously as well. although some people do. So yeah, how are you doing, Cat Earth? Captain Bullshit, how you doing, man? You say your numbers and letters mean fuck all, Pete. I'm not sure what that's in connection to. In general, yes, they do. Numbers and letters mean a lot. They're means and methods of communication. You know, so behind the numbers is an idea, and an idea represented. So knowledge is power, and if you're aware of an idea and someone else isn't, you have an advantage. So this is the idea behind it. But you would say that anyway. I mean, you're going to be an antagonist in all things, but I mean, I don't mind that. It's sort of, you can tolerate it. But again, same applies to you, man. I mean, be respectful, be decent, and there shouldn't be any problems. But I suppose once you cross the line, then, yeah, you know what's in waiting. But yeah, welcome, and yeah, maybe you'll join along in the little. I'm going to say a treasure hunt. It's almost like a treasure hunt, and you'll get a better idea when I do bring that up. A few things to talk about before that, and yeah, I won't go on too late. I should imagine. Might put out the link as well in a bit. So yeah, moving on. Ali B, how you doing, Ali? You were in Rex today. You were in Rex's channel today. That's impossible, isn't it? Isn't it possible to deal with Rex? But you can deal with them quite easily. But you have to laugh about it. You know, you can't get sort of offended. And he rules with an iron fist, I guess. And again, it's an act. I mean, if you can't see, it's an act. Like Isa last night, Isa Mahalski. 77, very interesting numbers you picked there, Isa. But like Isa playing the middleman between IPS and Tim Osman, it was hilarious. And then the Validation Boy was on as well. It's hilarious. If anyone can't see that this is all a big acting troupe, you're crazy. You're I don't know. You're lagging, or you're lacking something, because to me anyway, it's clear as day they're all actors. It's all sort of a feigned scenario. It's all playing one off another. It's all of this sort of stuff, you know. I was so brown nosed last night, honestly. Of all the parts to play, I wouldn't like to play Isa's part, because you have to be fucking nice to everyone, you know. But that's going to bring its own problems then, and you end up sort of coming out of things not looking too rosy and smelling of poo-poo, I should think. But yeah, if you can't see that it's all, at this stage, it's all in acting, or acted out at the top levels. It's all been acted out or played out. And I can't tell you anyway. I can see it quite easily, and yeah, I appreciate it. And you know, in fact, I think some things are even meant for me. And what I mean by that, it's one of the things I was going to talk about. Isn't it funny? And this will all connect in what I'm going to talk about in a bit as well. Isn't it funny that after the Shay, I'm the Shay, by the way. After the Shay comes out last week, it talks about the dodo. Paul is dead. Paul is the walrus. After finding Paul the walrus and the walrus mustache, and talking about the fake mustaches in association with Paul is dead, and the dodo, and again, the X-wing, X underneath the wing, X marks the spot, Han Solo, X-wing. So again, we were led to the hidden hand. But isn't it funny that after I made that revelation, I think that's a massive revelation as well. It has to be, you know. Well, then we had Patricia Steer coming on to open up her secret hangout. I didn't look at it too much. I just noticed it at the start. And she came on with a fake mustache as well. And there she was with who other but Mark Sergeant Pepper, or Sergeant Prepper, Sergeant Pepper. But yeah, she comes on with a fake mustache and whips it off a few minutes into the show. I mean, what's going on? There's a few ways you can look at it. The way I look at it now, it's all a grand game, you know. So if we come forward with different clues, they'll be acknowledged in a sense. So yeah, what's going on there? It's either thrown it in the faces of us all regarding the transgender stuff, but why would you do that? You wouldn't want to bring attention to that, especially when you look further. You'll find out that Patricia is a male. She shows Patricia. You show all the signs of being a male. I mean, what can you say? You know, what can you say? And that's not even nothing to do with Antonio and what he's had to say. So by you coming along doing that, what's going on here? Is this sort of rub it in your face sort of thing, or else is there more to it? Well, I take it that it's a response to me talking, or me talking about Paul. The walrus is Paul, and the walrus is a walrus moustache, and that walrus moustache is to be found on the face of Paul beneath the wing of the dodo in chapter 3 of Alice in Wonderland. And Alice in Wonderland ties nicely into the little challenge that we're going to have in a bit. So, yeah, excellent. I mean, that's certainly the way I took it anyway. What else? What else? It's so important in a sense. This puzzle is ongoing for at least back to the Lewis Carroll day. And again, I associate Lewis Carroll, or the writers behind Lewis Carroll, which are the Hidden Hand. The Hidden Hand wrote the works of Shakespeare as well. And the Hidden Hand wrote the Bible, the Holy Bible. Right? So you had a hole in the initial bowl and it became a Bible. The apple, a bite was taken out of the apple and it went from a one piece system to a two-piece system, one ball to a Bible. And again, with this puzzle I'm going to show you, it sort of tells you. I'm going to point something out to you and you'll go, well, that connection is definitely there if read in a certain way. But yeah, that's for a bit. So isn't that interesting, isn't it? I take it, Patricia and Mark, that was a direct response to the shake. So nice. We'll move forward onwards. We know we're certainly on the right track, but there's more to it than that. It's not about just being on the right track. We're well beyond being on the right track now. It's just sort of working our way along the track and seeing where it will end up. Where is our destination? Yeah. Let me go back to chat. So stay with me, and anyone who's been here for the last few weeks or the last few hangouts, stay tuned because you'll definitely enjoy the little ride we'll go on. Again, I haven't reached the end of it, so I'm looking forward to it myself. But I can definitely take us through a good way through it. Okay. I love that name, horse wearing people costume. Excellent, man. How's she hanging? Another sip of me cup of window cleaner. All right, I hope you enjoy that, man. There's a lot of humor in a lot of the antagonists as well. And I think we have to sort of appreciate that. You know, we have to be able to laugh, and yeah, we have to take away emotion. And you can see again, I talked about standardization. See, that was exemplified last night. If anyone saw Ice's hangout, where you had Ice, IPS, Tammy Knobsman, which is very interesting as well. Look at Tim's avatar. Look at Tim's avatar. He has it in various colors. I'm sure we're going to get the colors of the rainbow from Tim. I already talked about what the rainbow is as well. But yeah, look at it. It's a joker, right? It's a joker. It's the fool. Fool on the hill. What's another name for a fool? Yeah, that's right, isn't it? Dodo. Well, yeah, slight connection, you might say. That's fair enough. You know, but I will file it away and make note, keep note. Okay. Excellent. I don't think there's too many others in terms of separate. Tim is here. How you doing, man? Pete's an actor. Well, how would you grill me? I guess. How would you determine if I was an actor or not? Certainly me. The way I would determine who was an actor or not, just where I have a litmus test, right? Because if you're entrenched within the conspiracy world, you will have gone through the different processes, and you should have. Would adequate research come out to the same place that I've come out regarding three of the main topics? That's media, 9/11 media fakery, flat Earth, yeah, and legal name fraud. You know, these things are all true in themselves, and they're there to be discovered. So yeah, if you're what you're sold as a truther, then you will have come across these ideas, and that's how I would that's my litmus test. But in general, yeah, how I would determine who's an actor or not, your reaction to something being talked about, some topic to being talked about, or your reluctance to talk about a particular topic as well for no good reason. This gives the game away. So if you can give me your own criteria for judging me as an actor, that's fine. I know myself, I'm not an actor in any sense. So sort of gone beyond that as well, Timmy. But look, keep it respectful, Timmy, and you're good. And again, just as I was talking about your avatar there, look at it in green of all colors as well, Tim. In green, everything is green. The Belver, that's all about green. This is the natural light that we should be under, whereas we're under lights of a broken system. The sun and the moon are unnatural. The moon doesn't exist, for one. The stars don't exist separate from the sun. So yeah, we're getting sort of the energies, all fucked up energies, all just sort of grouped and amassed together when they should be separated out with the sun. So I think that's what we're getting back to, is sort of a restructuring of the sun, and that's always been the biggest goal, or the great work, the work of the hidden. I mean, there's no point in talking about the hidden hand unless you can talk about the work that the hidden hand is doing. So again, I'm coming forward saying that this is what this is about. So I'm making definitive statements, in a sense, vague as they might be, but I'm sort of connecting them all up in a cohesive and a coherent sense. So yeah, go ahead, Timmy. Go ahead, punk. Make my dodo. I've just been writing down loads of those sort of dodo quips, whether it be sort of takes on songs or lines from movies or whatever. And there's been some very good ones from some people in the chat, wherever I might have been as well. So I might read a few of those out later on. So anyway, I better get through this. Flat Earth for life. How you doing, Flat Earth for life? Yeah, there's no changing that. It was for Flat Earth is just the reality. So it's for life, whether you want it or not. Okay. Just going through chat. Yeah, Dave. Hi, how you doing, Dave? How you doing, Dave? I'm sure you're going to enjoy this puzzle, Dave. I know you have an interest somewhat in the dodo, and this is all connected as well. And we'll get a chance to see just how connected it all is. I mean, I think there's great indicators here in what I'm going to show you. And it's also, again, that it's exciting, isn't it? A little sort of a puzzle inlaid within the presentation itself, or the picture itself. So Mark Taylor asks, am I here? Well, you're not here, Mark, you're there, and wherever you are, there you are. So yeah, how you doing? I'm gonna just say the same to you, of course. We know the story, so keep it respectful, and you're welcome. The minute you cross the line now, you have to go. You'll understand why. Millennium, how you doing, Millennium? Good to have you here, man. And look, I have to say, I haven't seen any cause to sort of go back on what I've been saying, but at this stage, it's not about taking anything personally or getting emotionally involved with anything, you know. So until I find until I, you know, I think differently than I think the way I think. So that's all I can say about that. But I would say welcome, man, and yeah, this is a puzzle for all of us. So all input is welcome. So yeah, I hope you're well. So yeah, I don't want to miss out anyone. Zanha, Xanh. Yeah, how you doing, Zana? I was talking to you on a chat, and you were just wondering, could I figure out your name? And I figured out fairly quickly because it's pretty easy. The X is I just googled Zanh, and it's Vietnamese. Was it for a greenish color, a green mixed with a different type of color, and then you have the X in the center, and I immediately thought of the Australian light, which is green, Le Bel Vert. So yeah, all energies, all roads point to the north center. X marks the spot. So yeah, I'll say how you doing? How you doing? Good to see you and welcome, Sky Flyby. How you doing, man? You found a video with a dodo from 2012. Well, there's so many. I have a big list. I have a dodo file. I have loads of links for just lots of things associated with the dodo, and have excellent find as well. What did I do with that now? Oh yeah, I have an excellent find. I'll talk about that in a second after I go through chat. So yeah, how you doing, Sky Flyby? Good to see you, man. Twidwit, how you doing, man? I guess the same applies to you. You know the story. Keep it respectful, and all shall be good. And again, you know, let's leave room for let's err on the side of not caution, the opposite, because again, many people have different types of senses of humor, different ideas of what's funny or what isn't, or different ideas where the line is, you know. So sort of maybe leave it to someone else would be the best thing, and then if it becomes unbearable, you can kick someone out. But anyway, yeah, yeah. So Twidwit, how you doing? PC, how you doing? PC. The dodo theory has wings. Well, it has more than that. It has more than that. When we heard it first, me and Del, whatever chat, I think it was Dave Hyde's chat hangout we were on, and Dave was away or something. Someone mentioned it in the chat as we were doing a sort of continental shelf outline of the Gleason's map. That someone mentioned the dodo, whether it was Casper or someone else. But yeah, immediately myself and Del knew there had to be something to it. It just made sense. And every child has heard of the dodo as well. It's another one of those things, you know, which is just ingrained into us. So the dodo has more than just got wings. It's pretty big. It's probably tied to one of the biggest things ever, anyway, in my view. I've already connected to Paul McCartney. Paul is dead. Paul is dead as a dodo. You can't be taking these things literally, but Paul is dead as a dodo. It's all pointing to Lewis Carroll. But isn't it interesting that when the Beatles broke up, Paul is dead. The fake Paul went on to create a band called, that's right, The Wings. Paul McCartney and the Wings, or Wings, you know. And yeah, in the dodo, the hidden hand emerges from the wing, right? And the hand is over Paul. So this all connects. And when I show you this puzzle a bit later on, you'll see how it's there as well. So it's not just the dodo has wings. What did I go? What was one of mine? A pocket dodo now. A pocket dodo now. A line from a pocket dodo now. I love the smell of dodo in the morning. For fuck's sake. It's ridiculous, isn't it? But I'm thinking along those lines. What was the other one? Bohemian Dodo Rhapsody. I don't think that's it. It sounded a bit better than that anyway. It was something along those lines. So it's just sort of coming in everywhere. I can't help it. I can't help it. And I don't think I'm going to stop as well because it's funny. But anyway, yeah. Nice to see you, PC. Teddy C, how you doing, Teddy? You're very welcome, and I've given you credit for Yoda. No. I've given you credit for the dodo, Gleason's map. You said the dodo has a walking stick as well, just like the dodo in chapter 3 of Alice in Wonderland. And indeed it does. Indeed it does. It's a perfect walking stick with the broken off sort of cardboard piece in the middle. So it's a perfect analogy, and it looks like, again, Yoda from Star Wars. Star Wars plays a massive role in all of this as well. It's all encoded from the Han Solo to the X-Wing fighters. I mean, that's cutting to the heart of matters there, isn't it? And we say that in the dodo, the hand emerges from the north wing center where X marks the spot. That's too close to be just happenstance, isn't it? Let me just go through the rest of the chat here, and before I can continue, I'm going to have a little cigarette first. Del, how you doing, Del? Good to see you, man. Haven't spoke to you in a while. Joe, hope your home brews are coming on well, man. There's nothing, I'm sure there's nothing that can beat something that you brewed up yourself, put a bit of work into it, and can enjoy the fruits of. So yeah, I might put out the link in a while, Del. Let me just get through a few things, and I hope you'll join in the puzzle. This is going to be great. I can feel it, because again, I've got a good bit along the way, and I've sort of made a jump from there. But I'm looking forward to just going back through it and seeing a more definitive line emerging. But yeah, you'll get a better grasp of it now when I show you what's what. So yeah, let me quickly move on, because I don't want to take too much time. So I think I've said hello to everybody. Okay, well, I don't want to get into that. She's a hot potato and not a man. Get real, mate. How stupid can people be? Well, Sky Fly Bright, don't be using that sort of language, man, please, because this is about following the evidence and seeing where it will take you, right? I was even talking to Rex today. Sorry, I was saying that with Ali B. Now, Rex is an actor, true and true. I reckon he's the voice of Snagglepuss. You know, heavens to Murgatroyd. Heavens to Murgatroyd. But yeah, I just caught him off the hop. This is the best way to catch these people on the hop, I should say. But I caught him on the hop, and I asked him about Patricia Steere. He was going, everyone is a transgender to you. And I said, well, Rex, what about Patricia Steere? And apparently he doesn't like Patricia Steere at all. And he says, well, she is a transgender. You know what I mean? He sort of, he said that with conviction, as if he knows that for certain. So there's definitely smoke there with that fire. And that's outside of what Antonio Subarat's even said, Sky Flybry. So don't be, if you make that comment yourself, that type of comment as well, that's not welcome here, man. And I haven't used the wrench too much, but I certainly would with that type of comment, because these are all valid questions. And to call someone stupid for asking a valid question is counterproductive in my world anyway. So anyway, it's how many times do you think I've been called stupid for talking about 9/11 media fakery? You know, more times than you could shake a stick at. But that doesn't change the fact, does it? And I don't say anything without some level of conviction anyway. And if it's not true, there's certainly a lot of indications there, Patricia, that do seem to point that way. So this is not something that someone can shame us into sort of pondering or considering, Sky Flyboy. So just please remember that. Yeah, I think that's about it. So yeah, welcome one and all. Okay. Let me. Yeah, I think that's about it. And again, if you just, hang on. See if your name's there. Ayan Atan, how you doing, Ayan? Yeah, good to see you, Ayan. Definitely would like to have a chat with you one of these nights. Maybe you might come on the show, Ayan, and we could have a good chat over various and sundry topics. We definitely get good to hear from you and to hear your point of view, and others to hear your point of view as well, because Yeah, you have so many interesting and cutting things to say, I think, anyway, and we'd all do well to listen. Lucifer Tim is here. How you doing, Lucifer Tim? Yeah, good to see you, man. I think you're a flat earther as well, but I wasn't sure you were whether you were or not initially. But it definitely seems to be that way from looking at a few of your videos. You did dedicate a video to me in association with W.B. Yeats as well, and that was pretty freaky. It was impressive, man. It was definitely impressive, um, and I appreciate that. So yeah, welcome, welcome. I hope you'll join in this little puzzle, maybe, if you will, or you won't. Maybe you're not familiar with where we're coming from or where I'm coming from here, but um, Tim says, do not try to use logic with the dodo. Well, the dodo gets the last laugh, Tim. Um, I talked about April 1st. I mean, yeah, they make you think you're a fool for doing something. Then the crowd goes along with this, but you don't know what you're a fool for. When it turns out that everything is flipped 180 degrees, so the dodo is not the dodo after all, you know. So this is what you might have to learn yet, Tim. I probably think you know it yourself somewhat. Maybe that somewhat. Again, you can see the connection anyway. Fool is a dodo. You have a joker or a court jester in your avatar. Definitely see a potential connection there. So yeah, if you want to, you never take anything too seriously anyway, Tim. So you made a right arse of yourself last night. I was just saying the one thing you can take, Tim, you're good at the rhetoric. You're good at sort of giving the old spiel, bringing up the usual points. But when you're pushed a bit further, into the details, you can't handle it, and you have to sort of crawl your way out of it. So that was clearly shown last night in last night's acting performance. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? It was so transparent. It was funny, you know, and that's all I think we have to do at this stage is laugh with it. You know, we can move on. We've moved on to a different level, and yeah, I say there's no turning back. So again, welcome to everyone, and anyone who ball antagonists, just keep it respectful, or else I guess you know what you're in for. And again, you can feel free to join in. I think you'll enjoy this as well. So forget about anything else, and for the moment, because it is part of a greater puzzle, and you'll be able to see it as it sort of, I'm not going to say unravels. Okay, so let me just have a quick cigarette, and I'll get back and talk about, well, I mean, one thing in particular to start with, because it was something I was looking for, and lo and behold, it turns up, and I said, "Fucking hell, there you go, brilliant." No worries on that front. So give me 2 or 3 minutes, and I'll be with you. 33 viewers, nice. For I stole a stallion, but they caught him and they brought him back, and they laid him down in the jailhouse ground with an iron chain around his neck. O'Reilly's daughter got a message. Her father was going to hang. She rode by night and came the morning with gold and silver in her hand. And the judge saw Riley's daughter, his old eyes deepened in his head, saying gold will never free your father. The price, my dear, is you instead. Well, I'm as good as dead, cried Riley. It is only you that he does crave, and my skin would surely crawl if he touches you at all. So get on your horse and ride. Oh, Father, well, you will surely die if I don't take the chance to try and pay the price and not take your advice. For this reason I have to stay. The gallows shadow shook the evening. The midnight hound dog bayed. In the night the ground was groaning. In the night the price was paid. The next morning, as she had awoken, she saw that the judge had never spoken. She saw her father's body red. She saw her father's body broken. These be 7 curses on the judge so true that one doctor cannot save him, that 2 healers cannot heal him, that 3 eyes cannot see him, that 4 ears cannot hear him, that 5 walls cannot hide him, that 6 diggers cannot bury him, and that 7 deaths shall never take him, and that 7 deaths shall never take him. Just a quick Bob Dylan, seven curses. Excellent song again, pretty sad, but you know, just a nice little tune anyway. I didn't mean to bring anyone down by that. That's how power works. Power corrupts, you know. And I guess the thing is, I don't know. Well, I could have talked about what the thing is, but I won't talk about that. well, you can't own anything, I guess, in the first place. There's a greater story going on here. We are spiritual beings. We can't own anything, you know, relative to our own worth. Any physical objects or any material objects are worthless. But when it comes to love or things we love, you know, this is where the true value is, and this is where I suppose ultimately we give up our lives for. So yeah, how you doing? Back again. Let me go straight to business. So yeah, when I found, again, you're going to have to bear with me. Guess what I'm going to talk about? So let me share my screen. So here we go. So when I was looking at the dodo, the original. So this is just to confirm that we're on the right track. It absolutely does. When I was looking, yeah, originally at the dodo, saying that dodo represents the cockerel, the Gleason's map. Let's just put it like that. So the face of the earth after the inundation. And read everything we read about the dodo, because it had no real existence and it encodes this greater story. Everything will be significant. So when I read that it was found in the Mauritius Islands alongside giant turtles, I said, you know, I made that connection immediately. I used to read Terry Pratchett. I have a book of Terry Pratchett's here, actually, called Small Gods, would you believe? But yeah, so I knew about the elephant. The how would you put it? It's not mythology as such, but it's a representation of the flat Earth. So we're familiar. All flat earthers are familiar with the flat Earth on top of the back of the four elephants, and the four elephants on top of the turtle. Now I think this is just, again, representative of reality. So we have the flat Earth. Or the dodo, we have, that's the layout of the earth. On the back of the elephants, this is the strongest creature on land. So the elephant represents the land. And then we have the turtle, the giant turtle, which represents, we associate the turtle with the oceans, you know. So I take it that represents the waters beyond, whether it be infinite or whatever, you know, just that everything is contained within. So yeah, so when I put the dodo and the fact that it had one oversized egg as well, and here's another, I was thinking, grand. So I was going, elephant must be somewhere. I said the elephant has to be somewhere, and it's just by chance. Again, these things are just coming by chance. Here's the elephant, and it's perfect. It's just, again, so they're giving us the dodo, they're giving us the flat earth, they're giving us the elephants, and they're giving us the turtle, right? This is giving us our whole model in that sense, you know, in that, what would you call it? It's not a mythological sense, but I'm lost for the appropriate word, how to describe that. You know, that fictional I'm sure Terry Pratchett wasn't the first to come up with it as well. He probably gave it a modern voice, and it dates back to previous representations. I'm absolutely certain of it. But yeah, so I knew the elephant was going to turn up. And lo and behold, it turns up. And this is going back ages as well. Let's go back 2013. Look at the time, 7:42, updated 7:42. You know, none of these things are incidental. 42 is the most important number, alongside 33. Lesser number is 13. In that order, and eight is a pretty important number as well. But yeah, so but 42, that 42 is there. And I'm sure other people, you know, looking at these, there's different encodings. We have the 20 to 27 here, 27 club March, 27 of March, which is 3 times 9, 2 plus 7 is 9. So 3 9 is 27. 27 is 999, which is 666, which is GGG, which is the sun. It's the same things, 3 separate movements of the sun. Yeah, sweeping circular movement, sweeping or horizontal, vertical movement and a horizontal movement, just like you'd make the capital G. It's just like the words, all words tied to are encoded to a core meaning. You know, they didn't just pull the word out of their arse and just said, we'll call it that. You know, it has a big connection on a more basic level. All words can be broken down, and this is how they were formulated in the first place. So Yeah, yeah. So the G itself, the letter G, which was a late addition to the alphabet, was formulated particularly every sweep, every line. Look at your keyboard. Look at your capital G in the middle of your keyboard. Between there's a fight between the G and the H to see who gets center spot. Well, it's the H. It's the H. The G is the invader, intruder. It's the clue, actually. It's the biggest clue, you know. So, yeah. Yeah, so there's your 27 encoded in the time. But yeah, let me get onto the article. Not important, the details. We know it's all fiction. The dodo never existed. This is to tell those in the know, I'm sure, that, yeah, that whatever, you know, this is just anyone in the know reading this will just go, oh, yeah, I know what that's about. Whereas anyone who is not in the know, well, and I'm sure that's a lot of people as well. I wonder does Mark Taylor, like Mark Taylor, know about the dodo? I think they do. I asked Rex today, what do you think about the dodo anyway? And he was just silent, you know. So I took that as an answer in itself. So I think that they probably do know about the dodo. To what extent have they followed it all the way? Do they know the bigger picture? I don't know. I don't know. If they don't, anyway, certainly it is known by millions. Or many thousands anyway. Maybe as you sort of get towards the ultimate solution, it sort of whittles down, and maybe it's a live puzzle for, you know, those informed as well as those uninformed. But yeah. So let me just go through this. Sorry, the lot includes a fossilized elephant bird egg, 100 times the size of a chicken egg. It's you know, there's your elephant. That's what they're telling me. That's what they're telling us. I don't need to bring up the quote where it talks about the dodo being found with. Maybe I'll go through it here. With giant, I expect, I didn't read it too deeply, but I expect that they might mention giant turtles here as well. Just that they mention the elephant as well. Throw them all in together. Well, let me just read it anyway. Another marvel of the natural world is also for sale: a fossilized egg from the elephant bird, a Aepyornis maximus, measuring more than 100 times the average size of a chicken egg. The extinct elephant bird, again, so we're sort of elephant bird, that to me will associate the elephant with the bird, which is the dodo. And then if we think about it in those representative terms, then we have the elephant, we have the bird, and does it mention, maybe it will mention turtles here. If it doesn't, I'm just looking down to see if it does. If it doesn't, that's going to Wikipedia, and it's one of the first things that's mentioned. It was found next to giant turtles in the island of Mauritius. So yeah, the rest of it doesn't matter. The egg expected to reach between 20,000 and 30,000. Well, two threes or six there. Look, there we go. 21 centimeters. 21 is 777. 777 is GGG, because G is the seventh letter, but because it's an imposter, or not an imposter, an intruder, I guess. Yeah, it's the equivalent of 666 as well. So brilliant. That's what are the chances, you know, because that's exactly what I was expecting to find as well. All of these different representations tell a complete story, I guess, in one sense. And again, it's just repeated and hinted at over and over again. So anyone listening, I hope that was of interest, because it certainly was of interest to me anyway. I was looking for the elephant, and now we found it. Extinct elephant bird to boot. And again, that's the dodo. You can even see, look at North America here. Can't you see how South America can wrap around here? You have Mexico coming up around to North America, Northern Canada. This is a sort of a different representation again. Asia wrapping around here, Africa at the back, Europe, and back around the Atlantic over to North America, Newfoundland again. Australia is up here as opposed to being down at the feet. But yeah, this is not a usual representation. Now it's we have a proper representation to go, and that's from the Natural Museum, the History of Natural Museum in Oxford. There's only a recent update. It was said regarding the exact dimensions of the dodo. So they took a few pieces off here and there, and yeah, they just sort of crossed the T's and dotted the I's, I think, in terms of just getting the exact continental sizes and relationships, as opposed to a more rough version as you go back in past through to 1598. That's as far as it goes, I think. That's when everything changed. So yeah, that's great. And again, all of these connections are made, and I'll definitely have to just keep making them and put it in probably a more coherent form. The dodo ties to 420 big time. So 420 or 42 is the biggest number that we're looking for, is the most important number. 42 isn't the answer to life, the universe, and everything. They're not just going to make it that easy, but because everything is reversed, everything is flipped, instead of taking the zero away like we normally do with gematria, we add the zero. And that gives us 420. And as I've talked about often, 420, for anyone who knows about 420, will bring a smile to your face. You know, it just evokes that a particularly happy feeling, especially for people in the know, you know. Yeah, so you're just looking at this Getty Images here, the Getty Images. So they're steeped in fakery. Any Associated Press or Getty Images. So this is probably just complete fake, you know. Who you know, completely fake. I mean, I'm sure there's people who would pay for that sort of stuff, but if you're going to pay for that sort of stuff, you're going to be aware that there's so much fakery in terms of art counterfeiting going on. You're going to check it out exactly. And I think once you oh look, Alice in Wonderland is mentioned as well. From its appearance in Alice in Wonderland, the expression "dead as a dodo," the bird has cemented its place in our cultural heritage. Well, of course it has. It's been fed to us from day one, from literally day one. It's been associated with the growing infant on many different levels. So yeah, excellent. That sort of ties that together nicely. Brings a new focus on. My mind is cast to Mauritius itself now. Could that be a possible destination? I'm taking that seriously. It's called Honeymoon Island, and I also heard honeymoon mentioned in another connection with regards to a video called "The Secret Gate to Eden," and I posted that the last time. Anyone who wants me to post that again, no problem. Just ask me. But it's definitely something that you want to watch. So I heard honeymoon, and that talks about the fall of man and what it actually means, and it makes a lot of sense to me as well. You know, everything is symbolic. So to take the literal meaning from it is crazy at this stage, you know, even though sometimes it can revert right back to being almost literal or literal of a kind, but certainly not in the way it's described. So it's just like them giving you the answer. 42 is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. Well, it is and it isn't. Define as zero, you know, 42, 420, all there is a zero difference. So if you can define zero for me, I'm not lying, am I? 42 might be the answer. I'm just adding a zero, and if a zero is nothing. So it's this sort of reasoning. And here's another thing that I'm learning as well. The puzzles aren't that fiendish. You see, they want you to think they're that fiendish. So if you start looking for simple connections, you're going to sort of dissuade yourself, because you're going to say, hang on, nothing's going to be, you know, at a basic level. Everything is going to be pretty difficult. So you could end up spending ages looking into certain puzzles when the answer would be pretty much staring you in the face all along. And I'm going to give a perfect example of that in a second. So, yeah, that's, for me, that's an excellent confirmation that yeah, There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. This connection is real, as if I didn't know that by now anyway. But this is just a part of the puzzle. Again, if you're not a flat earther, you have no business. You just, it won't make any sense whatsoever. And even if you are a flat earther, and you don't sort of go along with the idea of I don't know, yeah, giant trees or an inundation, more especially, or changing in the look of the face of the earth, well then you're also going to be lost. If you don't know, if you don't go along with Paul is dead, or if you don't understand the extents of that charade, and what was really encoded in that, well then, you know, that's a different, you know, you're going to be sort of left behind again, I should think. Beatles connected heavily with 9/11 or November 9. The Flat Earth International Conference is coming up in November 9 as well, all interconnected. Everything is interconnected. Mark Sargent is heavily promoting that. This is a reality. These connections are a reality, and I'll state that categorically now. The dodo is alive and kicking. So that's why I'm spending all this time on this, and I definitely will. I will go on. I will. Yeah, I will leave that one there. I know people are probably sick of hearing about the dodo, but I'm sorry, it's too bad, because this is your puzzle as well. You know, this is your puzzle as well. So you can take it as casually or as seriously as you like, because no matter how you take it, you're going to find stuff there for you. So let me get rid of that one. And yeah, okay, let me get rid of that. Just to be on the safe side, I'll stop sharing and then I'll reshare. Okay, and just before I go on to the puzzle, I know you've been waiting for it. Just before I go on to the puzzle, let me reshare here. Okay. Oh yeah, just before I go on to the puzzle, someone posted this today, right? I'm just going to go through this very quickly. Someone posted this today in Rex's chat. I mean, there it is, just the usual. They're just a troupe of actors, and they'll keep you at the beginning layer. And when you tried to explain it, the reason I went down was to explain the sunset, and I've explained this before with this water layer, reflection layer. And this person then, they were all denying it. They didn't get a chance to speak or you know, put the point across, because their mind is made up. And it's part of their role that they can't go beyond that. But the person in question actually posted this link where the picture came from. And there's a whole series of pictures, which each and every one of them just confirm exactly what I'm saying. And I mean, I'm not going to go through it. I can put the link in chat for anyone who wants it. Let me copy that. But I can put the link in chat. They're completely wrong here. They're completely wrong, but they're right at the very start when they say, look, first, there's the reflection of the lower limb of the sun that appears at the horizon. This is exactly what it is. This is a mirrored layer that extends from this false or apparent horizon to the across to the mirrored line that goes all the way across, right? And that could be many miles. It could be 10, 20, 30 miles, something along those lines. So it is literally a reflection. But all of this bullshit, then they talk about, no, it's not a reflection, but the mirage, inverted image of the sun's lower edge. You know, it's, as you go through the pictures yourself, you can see, if it was a big pane of mirrored glass in the ground, what would you see? You'd see exactly or on the water layer here, if that's what you imagined it to be, you'd see exactly what we're seeing here. As the sun goes away, this is exactly the type of reflection you'd see. And the last thing you'd see is the top of the sun layer as it's reflected away in the water. You know, and this is exactly what we see. The sun has gone away. This is the last thing. As you rise up, you get to see this again. Just reverse it as you get higher and higher, because your angle to this mirrored water layer is changing. That's the variable here. There's two variables: that angle, viewing angle, observer angle, and also the sun. The rest is fixed. That's why you can't see any contrast over here, even though that mirrored layer is still in operation. You're looking at a reflected lower cloud layer here. So, I mean, this copper fastens and just tells me I'm absolutely right in what I'm saying. That explains the sunset. It explains the sunrise, a rotating, revolving sun, or, well, whatever you want to call the sun, a reflection, focused reflection coming into your vicinity. And yeah, that's all it is. And going away from your vicinity. And this mirrored water layer has to be taken into account. This is how water behaves when over distance, you could always call it compression, but yeah, especially when light is introduced. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that. And move on. Right, so here we go. Let's get going with this puzzle. Right, it's The Economist magazine. Right, let me stop sharing. Okay. I think I'll open that with Paint, actually. That'd be the best thing, because I can draw a few lines. And again, I'm doing this for myself because I've gotten so far, but other ideas might occur along the way. I've gotten so far, and I sort of didn't take it quite to the end. Again, I only looked at it for about 20 minutes, but I knew, where's that picture now? Yeah, but I knew I knew this is purposefully done, and this is an encoded representation. And why wouldn't it be? The Economist magazine is, fuck it, where is that? Sorry, now. I'm sure I've saved it. Let me just bring it up again. Yeah, if I save that. Yeah, I just want to bring it up with Paint, right? Why didn't it come up? I saw, just while I'm looking here, I saw, oh, here we go. I saw Jamie and Anthony O'Reilly at the Leamington Spa meeting today. So they appeared briefly on, was it, oh, there's another Star Wars connection, Eternal Padawan. He was there with his lightsabers. So, I mean, I'm thinking, wow, because Star Wars has such a major role to play in all of this as well. There's so many clues in this. So what I'll do is I'll share my screen, and I can enlarge it then. So and then what I'll do is I will pop out the chat. That's the best thing to do, because then I can sort of see what's any feedback, because again, you're gonna spot the puzzle, and you're gonna follow the clues, follow the arrows, follow the lines, and let me pop that out. Okay, make that smaller. Okay, let me. Right, I think we're ready to go. So this is from The Economist magazine, 2015. I was thinking 3 is the magic number. So 2015, 2018, that's 3 years notice, you know, so 3 years beforehand. If they were expecting something, they would encode it. So it's just a vague thought. As I was thinking about the year itself. So let me share my screen. Right. So I hope you can see it. I can just I can check as well. I'll just check to make sure that has come up. And if it has, I'll immediately go back to. I just don't want to be talking and there's no. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Okay. So you can see it, right? 2015 Economist cover. And when I initially, right, so I'll just make it a little larger. And anyone who hasn't seen this, you can see immediately it's significant, right? Because you have all the world leaders. So it's the world in 2015, pretty much all the world leaders, you know, gathered together to rule over the masses. But there's quite a different game going on as well. We can understand that there's many different layers encoded. Ultimately, the ultimate layer is this is a puzzle for all of us. This is a sort of all of our story. Our story. I think Pete came up with that term. It's our story, but it is our story. And these are characters and players and actors on the grander stage, if you will. That's the way I look at it now. And a puzzle has been played out, and it listen, and it involves all of these people. The dodo involves everything. The dodo involves this here. So when I was looking at this, right, there's a few things. Let me point out a few of the things that struck me initially, because when I looked at this when it came out in 2015, and I was well into flat Earth at this stage, and I think it was on forums, and I was talking about. Oh yeah, there was controversy over these arrows here. These arrows with the dates on them. They gave the 5th, 11th of the so November the 5th, November the 3rd, were 2 days, and there was false flags on both of those days. And I think there was a different connection. I think it was in Paris, actually. I think that was the Paris. But I'm not too concerned about that connection. There was a Paris connection and was predicted in here somewhere. But yeah, not to worry about that. So yeah, with flat Earth in mind, here we have, let me zoom in a small bit. So I'm just giving you a few. So again, you're going to play along in the puzzle in a second if you want to. And there is a puzzle encoded into all of this. And after a little bit, it'll become perfectly clear that indeed there is a puzzle. And I certainly haven't heard anyone talking about this. I did when I would look back. When I looked at it initially, I remember. I remember getting a little bit along the path, and it just sort of ended, and I didn't get back to it. But I'll show you where I got to, and I'll point out a few things along the way. First thing to notice here as well. Look at this guitar. You know, does that look familiar? Look at this guitar. Does that look familiar to you? To anyone here? Anyone you know got a guitar like that? Yeah, very like Patricia's guitar, isn't it? On Patricia's wall. Who? Patricia, when she got up and walked back that time, it was almost like she was Alice in Wonderland in a sense. I'm telling you, you had to have seen it. She was tiny. The room was fucking massive, you know. So again, I think this is all part and parcel of the set. And lo and behold, we have that connection to Patricia there, again with the Union Jack guitar. Lo and behold, this character here is Alice. Right? I'm not going to give too much away now for the moment. But lo and behold, I just made the connection with Patricia here. I also talked about Patricia with the walrus mustache, or she with the fake mustache, and I talked about the fake mustache a few days earlier with Paul. So Patricia is under Mark. Let's put it that way. Mark Sargent is the lead man. He's the lead role. So everything will be sacrificed to save Mark, or to point the finger at Mark, you know. And I don't mean to point the finger in a bad way. It's sort of like the arrows. This is where you need to be focusing your attention. And again, Mark Sargent Prepper, Mark Sargent Peppers. So this is the clue. The Patricia, Mark Sargent Pepper, Alice in Wonderland. We have Patricia connection there with her guitar. Alice in Wonderland connection when Patricia got off her seat and went back to stand next to her guitar, and she was miniature. And then we have Alice in Wonderland here. Now, all of these different characters are listed, right? So this is what I'm talking about. You could go into all detail and find out about all of these characters and try and make all of these various and sundry connections, because you can be sure they're all laid out for you. But I'm saying sort of step back. I'm saying that these are all layers, you know. Generally, a solution will be simple. You will send someone down this sort of complicated path only to arrive back at. I'm thinking pure simplicity. The better the puzzle, the simpler it is, you know. So we have to become like children as well when we're trying to decode or investigate any encoding and any of these things. But yeah, if you look, I was talking about the sun and the path the sun takes, elliptical fashion. And here we have in the corner a Rugby Ball Earth. And I know the Rugby World Cup was on at the time, but yeah, this stuck in my brain. And yeah, this is pretty much what I see it as being now in terms of the land masses. The land masses in terms of the dodo are going to be pretty elliptical in fashion, and the sun indeed travels in an elliptical orbit around the stationary Earth. So again, that's just something that's noted, and that was, well, 2015, that was well in the midst of I think Mark Sargent's clues came out in March 2015, for instance. But there was certainly much activity. We were talking about flat Earth in 2013, 2014. So there was definitely information out there. Mark Sargent was by no means the first to come along and you know, bring much new to the table. The one thing I did say about Mark Sargent is, yeah, they're superficial clues, and then there are real clues within each of his clues. I was saying this on Jamie's yesterday, but it bears repeating as well. I knew he was going to have 13 clues, all about 13. 13 is all about the sun. Jesus is the sun, and without the 13, the 12 would be nothing. So if you switched off the sun, like a lightsaber, if you switched off the sun, all the stars would go out. The moon would go out. Everything would go out. So it's all about the sun. That's why 13 is one of the top numbers, but not the top number. Yeah, so this was, yeah, this was back then. So, you know, all these things are just to be borne in mind and sort of moved on from, but not forgotten. The minute I saw this, look, the minute I saw this, let me just, and again, this is just a by the way. And it's The Economist. This is how they communicate. This is like, you know, again, this is world. The importance of this. This is what this is saying to me. The world, they do it every year, but this is what this cover itself is saying to me. This concerns us all. This concerns the world, not just now, even not just then, but in times to come. And I'm sure lots of people will see lots that I don't see here. But again, I'm not looking too deeply about it because this is a definitive path I'm going on here. So I just wanted to mention a few things. So there you go, turtle. So the turtle here has, you know, look at all these little dashes. What does that indicate to you? And, you know, I think that's really clear. I'm not going to be, yeah, just counting these dashes, 11 dashes, yeah. 9 to 11, you know, so that's our destination is 11. But yeah, the turtle is missing something. What could he be missing? Hey, perhaps the flat Earth on his back. Maybe there's a few elephants around, a few elephants in the room that can be placed in between the two. But that's a clear connection, isn't it? If you weren't to wear a flat Earth, you wouldn't. You know, many of these different things have many different possible interpretations, but that's a clear connection there, isn't it? And especially what I just talked about with the dodo, and it being found with the giant turtle, and now the elephant egg from the extinct elephant bird. We learn about the dodo tree that went extinct after the dodo died out because it had no one to shit out its nuts here and there to propagate the species. I mean, all fabrication, but again, all leading back to a greater story. So you can see that connection there, an immediate flat earth connection. And again, with the 11 dashes, with this is what I say 9 to 11 is. We're in 10 at the minute. We're in the big X, you know. But 11 is a rebuilding. 11 is a reconstruction, a fashioned whole. That's the way I see 11. And we're bypassing the duality or the divided nature of things. So well, it's not we're bypassing, this is what we're aiming for. So we're actually in the midst of 10 now, that divided space in the middle, if you will. But yeah, you can see, yeah, there's a turtle. What else are you going to say? He's missing something off his back. You know, this is the area we're into. Well, should I mention that now? No, I'll leave that for a minute. So I'm going to start you off on the puzzle, right? So let me just bring up chat. So am I going robotic? Shit. I should look at the chat just to make sure everything's coming through okay. Can you hear me okay, man? Hi, Stel. Okay. Listen, let me get started. And this is the thing, I don't get much of a chance to read the chat. I hope is that coming through okay? Is that? Can you see the? Okay. Good. So here we go. Let's go. Let's start the puzzle then, and I can sort of bring up chat occasionally just to see if there's any comments. So there's a greater puzzle ingrained in all of this. Out of interest to us, right? Is, let me just put it at the start. You can be thinking about yourself. You notice Alice. This is Alice here, Alice in Wonderland. Again, if we look close at her face, you wouldn't know what to make of it, would you? It's sort of like a boyish, mannish, womanish figure. It's all of us. It's all wrapped into one. But you can see that she is overlooking proceedings. She is separate from proceedings. You know, whatever else in specific she might be looking at, she's overlooking all of this. So we've already been with Alice down the rabbit hole. So we can see the immediate connection. Now, if we look, so I'm going to start us off in the puzzle. And I hope you'll go with me. So this is where I started off. And just in case we're not sure, I can also draw a few lines. Let me just see how lines are coming along here. Yeah, I better make that a bit thicker. Especially once I get in, let me just see what that's not very thick, is it? Okay, I'll have to, well, you'll follow me anyway. I mean, let me start us off then. What's the best color here? I guess red is probably the best one. Okay. So immediately, let's start off immediately. It sort of reminds us of Sergeant Pepper's, doesn't it? With all the people being lined up and arranged in whatever particular order they were arranged and for whatever particular reason. So with that in mind, and also with our current investigation, we can zoom in on Putin here. And perfect, look. There's our hand. I think I'll change that to red. Is that better? Okay, let me get rid of that. Why isn't that changing? Okay, it's not changing from any. Okay. So immediately, I don't want that. Shit. I just want to get. Yeah, okay, that'll have to do. I can't change it to red for some reason. Okay, anyway, you can see where I'm going. So here we go. Immediately over Putin's head, we have the hand, right? Now, we've talked about the hand before, and it's so significant, isn't it? I mean, when we connect it all together, and obviously these are all, look, The Economist, I think, is owned by Rothschilds or whatever, you know, you can be sure that this is their way of communicating on a grander level. Anyone who knows who's on the inside will be able to follow all of these clues quite easily, very easily, in fact. So this is just, this is the starting point. There's your hand, right? So you're with me so far. Again, I don't think it serves to, I don't need to know who, I think that might be David Blaine there. I'm not going to get into that level. We know a few of the characters, Clinton, Merkel, Mitterrand, Obama here, obviously, Cameron, but all, you know, a few historical figures thrown in there. So I don't think that it serves us to get too deeply involved in that, because then too many options open up and it becomes too complicated. I have direct line inquiry now, so we can sort of really simplify things a lot. So yeah, anyway, so we're going to start with Putin, right? So let's see if what sort of clues Putin offers us. So here we go. Just to zoom out a small bit. Will I now, as I have sort of blazed the trail myself through the puzzle somewhat, almost towards the end actually. Should I just in a small bit and let somebody guess where we should go from here? I'll give you a few seconds, maybe just have a look. We have the Pied Piper here. So this is, so we're starting for Putin, and we're sort of seeing where he might lead us. So I think that's a good position there, because you'll be able to see where we might be led. Okay. Okay, is there anyone following me, or will I sort of go through it a bit quicker? Okay, we should do it a bit quicker then. Again, oh, who's this guy? Okay, he said join Matt Boylan. The voice for you pushes hoaxes as real events. Well, Matt Boyle is an actor, so I mean, we have to sort of step outside, step away from that and continue here. So Putin is our starting point, right? So we can see the hand over, just like the hand was over Paul's dead in Sergeant Pepper's. So here's our starting point, and everything started with Paul is Paul in the, or fall in Sergeant Pepper's. So here we go. We look at Putin and we see, are we led? Is there anything narrative directing us in any particular direction? And I think what I want to realize with this picture now is there's always going to be two indications that you're going in the right direction. So you have to follow two indicators to make sure that you're not being led astray. So yeah, Putin is the man. As you look down, we have the Pied Piper on the left here, right? So everyone follows the Pied Piper. So look at where his Pied Piper and Putin's finger are pointing. Immediate direction here to follow. That's not accidental, no, that's pretty clear. Just to let us know that just to let us know Putin is the one to start with. I'm sorry now, but we have one of the fish looking up as well. That's fine. We can move on from Putin. His finger is pointing in one particular direction. So we just follow his finger. Seems to be pointing in and around this area here. You just go down a bit. I'm not paying too much into details. A few sentences. I mentioned Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy as well. Babelfish feature prominently in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and also Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy features on the cover, in terms of the novel itself, or the series of novels, on the cover of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is Don't Panic. So we have panic here. So anyway, Putin's knuckle is coming down here, right? So look at this boy, little miniature boy, whatever he might represent. I do engrossed in the details, because again, it's pointing somewhere as opposed to as opposed to telling us something. You know, it is sort of the clue CLEW. So again, this tells me immediately this plane here is pointing this way. All right. And we're landed here now on the football, the rugby ball. And again, that's significant in itself. That's a pretty good reputation of what I think is actually going on in the north center here. And yeah, if you sort of wrap those bill around to those behind, if you will, it's roughly in shape. And of course, it's flat and stationary, at least for local Earth anyway. So I hope you're with me so far. And though I can get rid of that, we're down to football now. Again, simple things, just look at our directions where it's pointing. So we can see that that's pointing this way, right, at the panda. So that's indisputable. We don't need to worry about the panda. I mean, you can get into you know, the China, and maybe indicating China wearing the world's underpants now. They're wrestling, and they're wrestling and vying for position in the world market. You know, and all this is representing Japan and saying that there could be an energy power shortage. I don't think there's much point in going down those lines, especially at this stage anyway. This is 2000, but again, I think it is significant. Well, obviously, for a few things in terms of current client inquiry costs, it's 3 years before 2018, in my view, which is year 420. So it's 3 is the magic number. So it's going to be representative of something significant. So anyway, where is this pointing? Well, it's pointing towards there here. And we go from here. So as we look at the bear, and it stick out and 20. And we're looking for some sort of definitive pointers to allow us to sort of continue on the path along the maze towards a final destination. Well, if anyone hasn't seen, let me just bring chat again. I don't think. Ah, shit, have I? Shit, anyway, I'm after fucking talking for ages now, and I thought it was coming through. How am I going to get to? Well, that's a pisser now, isn't it? I have the bandwidth turned off. Oh, do you know what to do? Is turn off the camera here. How would I turn off camera? Ah, fuck's sake, anyway. I mean, there's nothing more and they're just fucking talking waffling away, and you have nothing to look at. I have to wait to see if it comes up on the screen. Shit, anyway. I don't know. Okay, how's that coming through? It's not coming through good at all yet. And I hope it's okay. I have to stop sharing. And bummer. I hope that isn't. I hope there isn't any deliberate interference there. There's no way of making the call really. But I mean, everything seems to be working fine where I'm at. Bummer. I hope that isn't. I hope there isn't any deliberate interference there. There's no way of making the call really. But I mean, everything seems to be working fine where I'm at. So if I present that to everyone. Now you should see my screen now. Let me see if you see my screen. Yeah, there you go. Okay, right. We're on the pig's back now. Okay. If I present that to everyone. Right, I'm with you now. Now you should see my screen. Yeah, okay, that should be better now. Oh, thanks for that, Dave. I meant to keep an eye on everything. So let me just, oh gosh, you're after missing all of that then. Shit, anyway. Sorry about that. Look, you can see the picture now. Fuck. I talked about a lot of things there, didn't I? I talked about Alice. Here's Alice in the corner. This is 2015. Let me just briefly go over that again then. The board it's off you a little bit further. But anyway, it is all significant. So here's Alice, 2015, overlooking all of this charade, overlooking all of this stagecraft. I talked about the... Okay, so first of all, I talked about, just go briefly, this guitar here, Patricia Steer, it's the exact guitar Patricia has in her wall, well, very, very similar anyway. And I also talked about Patricia when she got up one day and walked back to the guitar. She was tiny. It was like Alice in Wonderland, really was. And of course, she has a direct connection to Mark Sargent. And Mark Sargent, a direct connection to Sergeant Pepper's, pointing us to Alice in Wonderland and the dodo. So yeah, the fact that Alice is here on front of, overlooking everything is cool. Here's a turtle. Look, he has a missing piece on his back. We have 11 spikes here, and again, 9 to 11. That's the end goal. That's what we're aiming to get. Where we're aiming to get. So yeah, we can associate the turtle with. Yeah, with the flat Earth. Look, there it is, right next to the flat Earth, and it's telling you something is missing. You know, again, normally elephants on the back of the turtle with the flat Earth associated with it. So actually, when I was going through this, what I was looking for is a dodo. I was looking for some reference to the dodo, and I don't think I found it yet, but I think it's sort of it might be on its way because there are definitely other clues along the way. So yeah, that's all I was pointing out about the turtle here. Let me see, did I point anything else out? I did, of course, but and again, this is loaded with clues, and this is significant. Again, it's all the world leaders featured in one grouping, and it's the Economist magazine. It's the biggest magazine in the world, you know. So these ideas have been communicated in a different fashion, and if you're in the know, then you'll follow all the different clues, and you will be able to, I don't know, decode how the stock market is doing next year. I just, I think it's a bigger plan than that. I mean, here's the hidden hand as well, revealed. The hidden hand pops. So just to go back to talking about the puzzle again briefly, the hidden hand here. This is Paul is dead. A reference, Sergeant Pepper's reference. Okay. No, I was just thinking of something else here. Almost looks like a sergeant. You could almost see it somewhat, but no, written in Singapore here. But anyway, that's not the point. This is the direct connection. The hand is over Putin, so here's our starting point, right? Let me just go to the chat to make sure that that's coming through okay. Is that coming through okay now? Anyone listening? Just the way I don't want to be taking up anyone's time, and I'm not presenting anything. So I think that's coming through okay. Ute, how you doing, man? How you doing? Good to see you. No, oh well, look, Dave, I don't mean not ban. It's not about I don't want you banning the hecklers. Just once it gets a bit too much, and you understand that it's just taking the piss. It's fine, I mean, that's. I'm not making any call. I'm not making any call. Just anyone who has a wrench, you make the call yourself. But I just like it to be used as minimum as possible. But no, certainly make the call yourself. Yeah. So anyway, let me continue on with this. So yeah, the hand here indicates that Putin is the starting position. So we're looking at Putin, and we're seeing is any clues which is pointing us anywhere. So we look down at his hand, right? That's a definitive clue there. You can't deny that. The Pied Piper as well. What happens with the Pied Piper? Well, you follow the Pied Piper, don't you? So let me just remove some of these marks. There you go. So you can see that that's a direct line down. You can't deny that that's, we're being pointed in a certain direction. So if we follow the line, just roughly, then we're being led to here. This little boy, whatever he's at, whatever he represents. That's what I'm saying. Not to get too deeply involved in, what this could represent or what that could represent and how that could represent or connect with that. I think it's not a lot simpler than that. So yeah, I pointed out about the Babel fish. I'm not sure that they're Babel fish, but that's just an association with the panic here and don't panic with the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That's the clue. And for me, the Babel fish or the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is certainly coming up a lot of clues associated with that. So anyway, this boy is pointing us to this rugby ball. That's sort of pretty clear there. There's nowhere else he's pointing us to, so we can say grand. And again, just to skim over it. Will I put the? Maybe I should. Maybe I'll put the. Let me put the. Yeah, let me put the link in the chat just in case for anyone who hasn't got it. The way you might want to, if you want to look at it yourself. You can zoom in and out of that is at your own free will if you want to move along. Okay, thanks, Dave. Everything is good. So okay. So as we can. Oh Jesus! Oh no, hang on. I didn't want that. Okay. I just have to make sure that. Yeah, that seems good now. Right. So the boy leads us to the rugby ball, right? The rugby ball is pointing in one particular direction, which is up here. So that takes us to this panda. I think that's pretty clear. We can just go along with it. You might say, well, I mean, what are you doing there? Well, it'll become clearer, I think. So now we look at the panda. And again, you don't need to get involved in all the politics or what exactly. You have the black and white and red and black Masonic colors. Yeah, the panda, of course, China, and I mean, I haven't even paid attention to what's going on in any of these things. I think once Flat Earth came along, the rest of the stuff is just secondary, and it's just I don't know, pandering, stagecraft. So whatever's going on in the bigger front, well, this is 2017 news, so it's a good bit beyond that. So whatever's played out is played out. But here's where I think here's the greater story that's been played out. Yeah, so the panda has been pointed to. So we look at the panda and we're looking for any sort of indicators, any pointers to anywhere. And I'm not sure, can you see that? I hope you can see that. Can you see any pointers? Do you want to suggest any pointers, Dave, if you're looking, or anyone? I'll just check again. That's coming through. Yeah, that seems to be fine. Well, let me point out the arrows. Look at it here on the panda's belly. That's a definitive arrow up. You can't sort of deny that. Let me, right? And you have the arrow bit down the end here. So that's telling us to go straight up. So let me just remove that. Right? It's pretty clear, isn't it? And as you continue on the line that it follows, look, here we go, just straight up and up through Angela Merkel's legs. Let me just, I bet you never thought you'd be doing that, going straight up through Angela Merkel's legs. What if as well, there's these subtle little, right, between her coat. See it here? So this is pointing you up. And here we are directed towards the center. Now, also look at this fish. This fish was pointing up at Putin, but this fish is pointing over, looking up. Look, this fish is looking over at Merkel. So I take it we're on track. So again, let me just scroll down. So you can see the arrow. And you can see it's a continuation on just above, he said. So remember, everything is placed where it's placed for specific reasons. So we have to go along with it. So here we are, right in the center, the old seeing eye, or whatever you want to call it. That's not a scare. I think the old seeing eye itself is representative of the realm we're in, you know, with that elliptical shape, and then you have the central land masses, and then you have the north center. So I think that's ultimately what it is. So here we are. We're resting at Angela Merkel. So we're looking for little clues where to go from here. She could be sending us anywhere. So if you just let you look at that for a second, and pointers, is there anything pointing you in any particular direction? I don't sort of give the game away. I mean, there's going to be probably very few people interested in this, but it's, again, it just ties in with much of what I've been saying anyway. So I'm just putting it out there. But yeah, so if we look at Merkel, let me continue on. If we look at Merkel, yeah, nothing much. A few things stick out, but no sort of general pointers until we look a little bit closely. Overlapping Merkel is Obama here, and Obama's hand. But we can see the shadow of his hand as we zoom in. We can see the shadow of his hand right here. And they're pointing. And it's coming from Merkel as well, look. So that's our next clue. So we can see that it's connected to Merkel. So we can follow that. Now, if we do follow that, where's that taking us? Oh, shit. This geezer here. Not pointing at this guy, it's pointing at this head here. And to confirm that, then, on Obama's lapel, The lapel is also pointing here, here, here. So we'll run with that. Now, here we land in this character, whatever he's about. But if we look at his face here, look. It's almost like an arrow, isn't it? Look at that. Very peculiar. So I'll just remove that. It's almost like an arrow. Just pointing us upwards. And if we just follow the arrow and go up here, we meet a junction, right? And we look to the left, there's a red. Red means stop universally, doesn't it? So we'll take right. Just check that that's coming through okay and you're following me. Right. Dave High says, I read somewhere that the people in color versus the ones in black and white mean something. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Everything can mean anything. And if this is what I'm saying, if you don't get too engrossed in the details, because you could find out a whole big bunch of details about all of these different characters and try and make these intricate interconnections, and ultimately lose it. I'm coming at this from the point of view that everything is simple. Everything is much more simplified, and especially we have direct connections to be made at the very start going into it, which is Alice in Wonderland. Paul is dead is connected here with the hand. Alice is looking over everything. We have the flat Earth included as well with the turtle without his payload, and we have the flat Earth in terms of the rugby ball representation represented as well. So again, all of these things are in the game, I guess you put it like that. They're stuff we're talking about and stuff that are central to our consideration. So do you know what? Even in one sense, probably it might be even ahead of this game, because I've made the connection to the dodo. So what I'm looking at the end of this, because Alice in Wonderland is there, is again the dodo. Something is pointing us towards the dodo, because it is all about the dodo, not just in terms of what it represents, but in order to solve the Paul is dead puzzle, we have to know about the dodo. So again, it could very well, Dave, it could very well mean they're going to make these make these puzzles fucking pretty complicated. You know what I mean? And you can be sure that there are people who explored every aspect and every possibility of this, and who God knows where they came out. Because if they're not along the lines of the truth, then they might as well be a million miles from it. This is the what do you call it? So anyway, let me continue. So I think you can see the connections there. These are definite connections, you know. The hand especially, look at the hand is pointing, that you can't deny that, and the hand almost seems to be coming out of Merkel here. So look, it's pointing directly towards this geezer. That's almost an arrow there. Look, you can definitely see that. So here we are. So where do we go from here? Yeah, so we can see we can't go left. So that's what the red indicates there. So we got to go right. This is black. So we just continue on in the black. Where can we go from here? It's a bit stuck on here for a minute or two, right? But I think I figured. Well, I didn't get too much further than this, but so what I did was we carry on here until we're stopped, and then we go down. I think even carried over here and down to her nose. Her nose is pointing down. Look at the way her nose is. That's what I did, yeah. Look at her nose sticks out. And again, we're looking for arrows. It's you know, that's an arrow, isn't it? That's what I was, yeah, that's what I found. So that's a pretty prominent nose, arrow-like, if you will. And just to show that we're on the right path as we go down. And again, as I see it, here's an arrow here then as well, look. So it's pointing us downwards. So we're doing good. So there's the arrow, look. So that's the way I see it. So as we come down then, we meet. And again, look, here's the arrow. So we have these arrows in the ground to give us the clue that we need to be following arrows. So you know what I mean? You say, well, that doesn't quite look like an arrow. Well, it's not meant to be sort of in your face obvious. And look, I'm just looking here, look at the little bit of red that's visible on the front. A4. Have you heard of A4 before? A4 is certainly another character in the game of Flat Earth. That's for sure, but I never noticed that there, the A4. So we take a ride, yeah. So anyway, we're pointed downwards. All right. We've been pointed downwards here. And now we take a ride with Spider-Man. So we jump onto Spider-Man. I don't see any other sort of jumping off point. You know, we've sort of been led up along, we're led up along Spider-Man here, and the lines, go along the lines of his little suit. And we're swinging along with him up to his body. And sort of at the edge here. And again, I'm sort of stuck here. This is not, it's not that I'm stuck here, but I mean, I have to definitely have a look at this. He seems to be peeling back a layer here. Let me just zoom out a bit. You can see he's sort of peeling back a layer. But Cameron's hand definitely seems to be pointing down. Any ideas as to where we might go from here is where I was at. That's the question. But I wanted to just talk about a few other things before. Yeah, so we're definitely pointed down here. Look, that's the way I see that. So from there, I'm wondering exactly where it's leading. I think again, if we follow it. Yeah, we're led over to this hand, and the left hand then is pointing down. Alice, I think this was a painting. Here's another thing. Everything behind Alice here, I think, is a fabrication. It's all part of unreality. So when I was looking at, I think when I was looking at this painting in the first place, it's a Da Vinci painting. And I've already said that I think Da Vinci doesn't exist, or never existed. You know, it's sort of the perfect man. It's another sort of Jesus figure, and he was associated with Jesus figure in terms of being a suspect for the forgery of the Turin, the fake or the shroud of Turin. And what better way to sort of give reality to the man if he didn't exist than to sort of associate the non-existent man with another non-existent man. You know, this is sort of genius in a sense. So that's how I associate that. I also look at the sand down here. Let me just zoom in like that. I also look at the sand down here. I talk about sand, well, what I think sand is. And I was thinking, I mean, we know we can turn carbon into diamonds. You know, so technology, so sort of transformation from organic to crystalline is not in the realm of fantasy. This is a reality. So when we talk about crystalline trees or stuff like that, it's not a big stretch to go there. And especially when you look at the evidence, yeah, that's what the sand is the sawdust of the crystalline trees. And yeah, of course, most of the sand is strewn, which is the desert areas around the earth. But yeah, that's my impression when I see the sand here. But yeah, just to talk about Alice. So yeah, Alice is overlooking everything. So if this is what the ultimate hand is pointing down to, and who's Alice looking at? None other than her friend, her cat, right? So I'm not sure that's the ultimate connection, but we can see that it's separate from the rest. All of us are separate from the rest. This is all fictional, what's going on. This is all a script and a narrative being played out in real time. So yeah, Alice is looking at her friend, the Cheshire cat. Of course, we have a tree. Look at the tree. A dismembered tree. A dismembered tree, isn't that funny? Because again, this all came about because of the destruction of the trees, in my views and estimations. And here we have the Cheshire cat, who we've come across in Alice in Wonderland. As far as I focus of this pathway we follow, this series of arrows that have led us through it. Yeah, so where do we go from there? I'm going to have to give it another look, right? A poster that's interested can sort of try and follow it and maybe attempt to decode it yourself along these lines. But I think that this is a definitive line, and sort of pretty much everything is in here, you know, in one form or fashion. Everything that Paul is dead. With the hand here, the connection, and flat Earth and Paul is dead, right? Again, this is laid out. The turtle, again, flat Earth. Alice in Wonderland, we were supposed to flat Earth and Paul is dead. Yeah, they're definitive lines. And the best, well, I'm actually the best is to come, but I mean, this is what I think it's all about anyway. And I've said this, it's all about 420. It's about Heil Hitler. Hitler was born 21 Paul, right? Einstein, Albert Einstein, one stone. Monolith, one stone as well. Monolith is a stone. So yeah, I think the stone represents the dodo's egg, the intact barrier, you know. So it's about getting back to previous conditions, previous circumstances, or previous ways. And yeah, so just before the tree seems to be, so yeah, just before with that, there seems to be an arrow pointing here almost, doesn't it? In here. So here, right? So let me just go in again. Does seem to be almost an arrow. Look, if you continue on here, you could almost say that was an arrow, and then we're led to this thing. Now, what the fuck is that? So is this is our final clue? The minute I saw this, to be honest with you, the minute I saw this, I said, "What? That's not a baby's dodo, is it?" That's what I was thinking, you know, but it's not really, is it? I'm not gonna go with that. I'll definitely have to. And again, this is all of these different characters and components are listed somewhere, which I haven't brought out. but I'll definitely be looking at whatever that's supposed to represent. I've seen that. Here's the thing. I've seen that type of tree, that palm tree, before, and it was in a little animated sort of story of the dodo. There's plenty of them around. So I'm looking at that. Here we have a tree, giant tree, a sun, and sort of a holiday destination. And I have to put some more thought into what that representation is there. I'm not quite sure. But when I looked at that immediately, and I had the dodo in mind, and this is where I mentioned earlier on about Mauritius, Honeymoon Island. So Mauritius, the honeymoon island, and maybe have a holiday there. So that's HH. So for me, this is what this layer of clues is pointing towards. So just got to figure out what the fuck that is. It's going to require a little bit more thought, but I hope you can see a direct connection there. And none of this stuff. Now, I might have been wrong towards the end there. I could have taken a left turn or a wrong turn, but the fact that Alice is overlooking everything anyway, this seems about right to me. But yeah, decoding exactly what that means there. Again, just just what came to me initially is just Mauritius. So are we pointing towards Mauritius? Even myself now, I'm thinking it's somewhere in the north. We're due to head, if we want to follow it through. And I'm still following that line of inquiry. I think, just like Erastus in code Seas Not Earth, I think we're going to either Lewis Carroll or his name, Charles Ludwig Dodgson, is going to encode. It's going to decode into a place name, wherever that may be. This tells me maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. Maybe this is what Mauritius is and why it was picked in the first place. In order to see the possible significance, you'd have to make all of these different connections. And what are the chances you'd make those connections randomly? So it could be Mauritius being a sort of the gateway. I actually have a connection to Mauritius. I remember when I was younger working, and I said, I'd like to, just for whatever reason, Mauritius came up, and it just always stuck in my mind that I would have definitely liked to gone on holiday or whatever, seen Mauritius to some extent. And that's a definite thought that's with me from my past. And I never got to see it, but I mean, just the fact that Mauritius is so significant now, it's quite funny. Yeah. So, anyone have any thoughts on that in chat? I know plenty of people won't be following. Oh God, Dave, is no. Is it gone bad? Is that maybe this is not. Shit, I don't know what to do here now. I sort of can't do anything because from where I'm at, everything seems to be working fine. I don't have too much open, and yeah, it seems to be coming through. Dave, is the sound? Is it the sound that's not coming through? Shit. Oh, IPS says, why not talk about the thing, or IPS, the post-op tranny, why not talk about things that matter to everyone, the shape of the Earth? Well, I have talked about the shape of the Earth. I know the Earth is flat and stationary. This is to me a sort of a step beyond that. You have to know the Earth is flat and stationary to broach this. So I don't mind. I mean, how much talking about the Earth do you want to talk about? You want to do? I mean, I certainly have no problem talking about the Earth, but or the shape of the Earth. But I've certainly talked about it before as well. And again, I think this is a step beyond, well, as many steps beyond, I think, to be honest. So that's what I'm trying to work at. And this is for anyone who's been following as well, if they want to sort of, if they want to, I suppose, for one, recognize the significance of it all. This is beyond sort of vague connections here. So I think in some way, there has to be some clue here. So what I think this is pointing us to is Mauritius. I think this is pointing us to Mauritius. So we're kind of ahead of the game. But I'll definitely have a look at it again and see if there's any clues encoded. I will find out what this character is, because again, all the different names are listed. And a big, I think, what's the name of that guy? Not Jungle Surfer, the guy who does all of the coding. You know the guy I'm talking about. He talks about, actually very similar to Russian vids. Actually, I can't think of his name now. But you can be sure there are plenty of people who've worked on this and sort of took it apart, especially with those two arrows, with the Paris attacks coming on November 5th. Yeah, and the arrows there, the slings and arrows indicating the 11th of the 5th. So that was pretty interesting. But yeah. Oh, okay, something just occurred to me. I had a look at Mauritius, and his eye here, I'm not saying it is now, his eye here looks to be a very similar shape to what I recall the island of Mauritius looks like. So if we're to put that together and say, look, yeah, look with eyes to see, because his eyes are drawn and peculiar. So if we look, and I think there's an island associated with Mauritius as well. So fucking hell. Anyone listening, if that is the case, I might get up Google Earth in a second. If that is the case, then we're ahead of the game. Then this is already decoded. Can you see how intricate? If that is the case, now we're ahead of the game, and this just brilliant. It just copper fastens everything. Definitely going to look up Mauritius in a second, and let me do it now. No, I won't do. Will I do it now? I don't want to. Oh gosh, I mean it's a trouble. I mean I don't want to burden anyone with having to ban all of these clowns who come in with the cum farts and all these guys. So I mean, look, just leave it go. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I mean, just chat is transient anyway. So I'm just going to look up. And Felix, is Felix here? How you doing, Felix? If you are here, yeah. Okay, it sounds okay now. That's cool. You are. No, that's all right, Tim. It's not. It's not at all. It's not the ramblings of a madman. This is probably the biggest thing ever, man. All these threads are connecting here. So when I'm looking up Mauritius now, so I don't know, but when I look Mauritius now, I'm going to think that it's close enough to one of these representations. And I think there's another island near it again. So that's my thought. It's a holiday destination. I wonder what this thing is. At first glance, I thought it was a baby's dodo, but so if that was Mauritius, or it looked similar to the eye pattern here, this would be a brilliant indicator that we're ahead of the game, and I think indeed we are ahead of the game. So yeah, I hope all of that came through okay. Let me talk about the biggest. Actually, let me go to Lou a second, and I'll come back and talk about the biggest thing. So Okay, brilliant, brilliant. I'm back. I'm back. This is brilliant. Honestly. Again, this is what I'm saying. I don't care. I don't mind if I come across as boring. I'm boring myself here sometimes. But it's just for little thoughts like this that come across. That just occurred to me now as well, that it's fine. You know, I mean, you know, there's only so many times you can be called all manner of names before you just sort of let it go off you and just sort of don't take any notice anymore, you know, even if they're true or not, you just sort of move on with it. So that's certainly the way I look upon this, you know. So anyone who's with me now, and I'm sure it's a small in number, it's worth staying here because look what I found here as well. This is so I mentioned, okay, we're ahead of the game. I mentioned this Putin, Sergeant Pepper. Last night, here's the hidden hand. It's the hidden hand. Last night I equated the dodo. The Paul is dead is underneath the dodo. Excuse me, with the walrus moustache. The walrus is Paul, and the hidden hand emerges from the north wing, or the wing, which I take it is the north. I have always taken it as being the north center, and all of the continents wrapped around the dodo. So yeah, we have the hidden hand, the HH, the 8-8. Hail Hitler. Hail Hitler was born in 420. One ball. Hitler had one ball. That's so to say. So again, it's like the dodo. We don't take it literally. It's representative of something. So HH is all about the one ball, right? This is what we can take it. Einstein, one stone. Same thing. Monolith, so one stone. So hidden hand, that's our direct connection. And is this it? I mean, what else? I'm trying to think what else. The only thing else I can think of is a destination. So, and our destination is Greenland. Interesting, I'll show another thing in a second, but you're gonna love this, Felix, if you're listening. So that's the direct connection. I already talked about the hidden hand, the HH, the 8-8, the 64, the Beatles talk about when I'm 60, will you still lead me? Will you still lead me when I'm 64? Whatever. So HH. So now we go down here. So you see we go down. And I mentioned earlier on about the arrows pointing to Paris. Here's the one layer you see. Here's the one layer to distract and sort of take you away from the main goal. November the 5th, one of the arrows, 11-5, indicated November the 5th, and there was a big controversy at the time saying this had predicted it or preempted it or whatever. And even with the 11-3 next to it, let me move over. 11-3, I don't know what it was, but was there 33 victims in Paris or something like that? It had definitely some connection anyway. So there's the arrows. Brilliant. I mean, it's just working out here in the corner. I don't know. Now I'm going to look at Mauritius here. This is what I pointed out earlier on. Tip of the beak here. Is this the tip of the beak? Beyond everything. What I'm pointing out is here. Quick math for anyone in chat. You see where I'm getting at here? Just quick math. What's 11 times 5 plus 11 times 3? Yeah. Just came to me. 8-8. Right? So 8-8, it's before Alice. So 8-8 is before all of us, helping us to get to our final destination, which is what I just talked about it. Hitler, 420. One ball dropping out of the Earth, the reconstruction of the Earth's magnetic field, right, which is beyond all of us. It's before us, if you will. So the hidden hand is helping all of us, or it could be hitting all of us to achieve this one ball. And what is that in front of us? Let's have a look again. I already saw this. This is what I was going to talk about earlier on, was the one ball. But with the, I just copped the HH there, the 88, and look, it's all about positioning. Alice is looking on charade, all of this Wonderland activity. Even the arrows are before Alice, all of us. So what's this? You with me? Is that Norway? Could that be Norway? Is that green? Is that a green land? Potentially. I've thought, okay, well, gosh. Look at, okay, I've thought of as above, so below. And I thought as you go down below, right, it's like two halves of the globe. The bottom half, the top half, the trees or the supporting structures have been removed. This is where the sun comes into it. Sun come into existence with the, it's like a lightsaber. Luke Skywalker is the sun, right? The lightsaber is the stump of the tree at the north center. So when the tree was in place, the energies were distributed, and those energies are divine energies, right, as far as we're concerned. That's all you can say about that. You know, we divine and just beyond our reckoning anyway. But yeah, and everything was green. Everything was green. It's all about green. Green is the color of the bell there, and yeah, with the destruction of the trees, moon, stars came into existence. Then I think all the moon, and even more confirmed than all of this now, the moon, the stars, and the planets are all, everything emanates and stems from the sun. When we see the different and various movements, gradual, mind you, I mean, these are not, for all intents and purposes, everything moves across the sky at the same speed to us. Now they talk about sidereal days, the stars moving at a different, it's 26 minutes or whatever, 4 minutes short or whatever. Well, again, the sun has been projected on a contoured surface. So as the sun is doing its thing around, the displaying, if you will, or displaying it's, on the contoured surface accounts for this sort of variations in movement. And all the sun is intricately connected with the tides. The tides, all tides surge from the north. So that's twice a day, trillions and trillions of tons of water coming and going. And yeah, the way I see it anyway, the sun is on a floating island, and that's talked about in mythological records as well. I know flat water, flat earth definitely has a few entries regarding this floating island. And Jonathan Swift, and I'm telling you, everything is pointing us towards the bird, the dodo. Everything is pointing, and that's the bird they're pointing us towards. All these different birds, always towards the dodo, because the dodo is intimately connected. Remember I said initially, I wasn't sure whether it was the dodo was just pointing us towards the Gleason's map, or the Gleason's map is pointing us towards the dodo. The Gleason's map is most definitely pointing us towards the dodo. The dodo is the thing. But I think all of these birds' names or their references are pointing us towards the dodo. Because within the dodo lies under the dodo's wing lies the hidden hand. And here we have HH here in front of Alice, right? In front of all of us. Look at Alice's face. Look, you could draw Alice as a pretty girl. That looks like a man from the side. That's the continuing theme, This is all of us, man, woman, child, wrapped in one. And look behind Alice. Here we have it. Again, the underside I take is work. That's where I want to achieve. That's open for us through Genesis. Look at that. Look at how that looks like Norway sticking out here on. The real Jerusalem is Edinburgh, right? And Arthur's seat is to be in Edinburgh. King Arthur now is moving on. I didn't even know about this, that there's a movie out about Arthur, and I have to look at it because Arthur and the S word, the sword in the stone, from the stone, is in my mind now as well, because the stone, especially Einstein, one stone, Hitler, one stone, one ball, so what does the sword from the stone mean? And I have a few ideas. It's the S word from the stone, a few ideas about that. But yeah, I see the other side intact, and our side here is the divided, the broken system. So if we go to the North Center and take that leap of faith, we come out the other side, and there is I guess paradise. What else are you going to say? There is how things should be. I'd definitely like to see. I'd like to see the North Center coming to the Earth wide. That we don't have to go to the North Center, you know. And I see that's what's happening as well. That's what I see the 420 is about. So they're the one ball behind Alice. And even what I'm saying, you know, you can see Norway. Let me zoom in a small bit. You can always say that's Norway. So that's what I was saying. Yeah, Jerusalem is the not Jerusalem. Edinburgh is the real Jerusalem. You know, the Middle East has been faked. Ancient Middle East history is completely fake to take us away from the North Center. But as you get up around Edinburgh, and remember, everything is on a dodo map anyway. The Nile flows from east to west, so everything is flipped. If you imagine at an Ireland orientated, if you flip it around, and Africa, so we imagine them vertically. Well, if we flip them or turn them 90 degrees anti-clockwise, then they end up lining up horizontally. With the North Pole Center at the origin point on a dodo checkerboard map. So yeah, if we think of that, if we think of Edinburgh, then it makes more sense that Edinburgh would feature Arthur's Seat. You know, it'd be sort of a very close point to the North Center as opposed to its other orientation. But then we go up to the north, and here we go. Let me just zoom in on the ball again. It fucking looks like Norway to me. I'm not saying it's you know, I'm not saying it's exact. And actually, let me have a look. I just saw something else there. I thought could almost be England as well, couldn't it? But that's definitely my first impressions are that's Norway, Finland over here, and then as it comes down into Europe. But if you think about Norway, Northway, right? Norway, Northway, Sweden, southwest of Eden, and this is I think this is Rosette Delacroix who said these things, and Finland, Endland or Edenland, you know. So we're honing in on the North Center. So I think that the North Center is waiting for us. But here, there you go, one ball. I've said it for a while now that it's all about 420. 420 is the number of years from when the dodo was discovered to oh, look at Alice's leg here. Look at this, man. Let me get rid of that. Look at Alice's leg. You recognize that flower from anywhere? Whoever might be listening. That's exactly what I said when we were looking at the hidden hand to look out for, because these laurel leaves surround the flat Earth UN map or representation. So again, this is it's all about the flat Earth. It's all about it's all about getting back to that one ball. You see almost here, there's a dividing line, isn't there? Divided in two. This is the side we're on. We're it's not. I think I think even, you know, when I think about it deeply, we choose to come out here. You know, maybe we come out here for this time, and I you know, I say no better time in one sense, no worse time in another sense. But I mean, what can you do? Yeah, I just spotted that on Alice's. Look at that. That's a laurel leaf. That's exactly the leaf that's surrounding the UN flat Earth map. So one ball, yeah. I've spoken about that. And is this it? Is this what else could there be? The only thing else I can think of, like if we say that, well, we've identified the hidden hand, we've identified the North Center, we've identified the great work, and we've identified the date when it's all come to fruition. I mean, it was always said to come to fruition. And yeah, I think for me anyway, the only thing left to identify is the place of destination, and the fact that this is green here. Look, the fact that this is green, And I already know, not that I just think it, I know that Greenland is the destination. So, I mean, just like I was saying about going south, where would you go to? It's the same at north. Where would you go to? Where's the, you say, well, at least you're honing in on a central point. Well, you are, but remember, if the center is closed off, then you have a vast area that you could aim for, and it could be anywhere. So I think that that's the only thing that's left to be decoded. I think if we I could see it working something like this, like that. If you had this information, you'll be helped along the way. This is the way I see it. And when I do decode that, when it comes to me, I think it's intimately connected with the S word from the stone and Arthurian legend. I'm not sure. I don't want to sort of go back delving into things again because I don't think it's necessary, and it'll only add to the confusion at this stage. But I think it's within some of the names that is encoded an anagram of the place that you need to go. Once you get to that place, then and again, Lewis Carroll, IPS is Lewis Carroll, by the way. Our IPS is representative of Lewis Carroll, and that's another thing I could do as well. I mean, the more I see it, there's more the more I think about it, there's more connections between IPS and me personally, than can be put down to chance. That's why I think Patricia with the fake mustache last week, or this week, whatever, I think it's something to do with what I was saying last week. And I mean, I could understand, it's a big puzzle, and they're in the know, they're playing their parts. So if somebody meets the puzzle head on, I guess, and makes progress, then it has to be acknowledged. That's the way I'm kind of seeing it. You can see there again, analysis foot. This is the flat Earth reference, so it's all about the flat Earth. But the one ball here, brilliant. And again, Greenland. So Greenland, we need to head for. But that's a brilliant find tonight. Now, just the HH there, the 8-8. And how work out. There's so many different things you have to put together that not even one piece of information. You'd be lost. You'd be lost. You wouldn't know that there was anything, something to be decoded. But how would you know what exactly that was? There you go. Unless my maths are wrong, 5 times 11 and 3 times 11 or 80 or 8 times 11, 8 times 11 or 88. 88 is HH. HH is the hidden hand. It's all about the North Center. X marks the spot. Han Solo in Star Wars. You could say the stars or the fallen stars, or stars were in the wars, or as a result of a war. Stars come into being in one sense. I don't think like the stars of old, because if you can imagine it conducting these energies, and again, it doesn't take crystalline trees. We know that they can turn carbon into diamonds, the hardest of crystal, really. So you have to think that these things, I think actually that's what we have inside of us as well as the spark, that pineal gland. It's often depicts a pine cone. I think that has to be solid, I think that's what the Floyd is about as well. We've misinterpreted everything. It's a greater story here, but I think now is the time, and I think that has to be solid. And then it can conduct. How do you go about solidifying that? Well, as men, I think you have to definitely hang on to your bodily fluids. And I suppose you have to sort of advance somewhat to sort of see some sort of greater picture here. And look, there's a greater picture. These things cannot be put down. I could not have. Now, I'm not saying I'm right about exactly following that trail, but that trail is there, right? Is a definite, is an absolute definite. And the fact that it comes out at Alice, so we're to follow, we'll come down to Spider-Man, so we're to follow the thread, and then as we follow the thread, we make our way up along there. All the lines are pointing us this way. Look, Here we go. There's a hand pointing down. And again, this picture is Leonardo da Vinci. And look at the dot in the center here as well. The pineal gland. Well, it's a bit high there, but, you know. So, yeah. Again, Alice is on the front. All of this sideshow is going on for the benefit of all of us. Alice, all of us. Even the hidden hand is working for the benefit of all of us. And all of us then can unite within, you know, the Dumpty. So Humpty Dumpty sat in the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses, all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. That sort of tells me that Humpty Dumpty is the apple. It's the barrier, the intact barrier, which is one piece, which is apple toroidal in nature. And yeah, that got disrupted. That got like a salamander. Yeah, Tom York. His one name was Dodo, and his other nickname as a child was Salamander. Right. So salamander, yeah, one, you know, limbs are sacrificed for the sake of the central core, and yeah, this is what we're getting back to, that rebuilding, that restructuring. The limbs are growing back, as a salamander is known to do. So yeah, this is the complete and the whole one ball picture. So Humpty Dumpty, yeah, is the one ball sat in the wall, right? Maybe flat earth, you know, it surrounds the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall while rocked by baby. Trees were collapsed. The egg or the apple was a bite was taken out of it, and then we have the two ball, the bi-ball system. Then within the bi-ball, you have two stories. You have Genesis 1, and then Genesis 2. So completely separate stories. Genesis 1 is located north center. You have to go down to the other side. Whereas Genesis 2 then, ball 2, the bi-ball. Yeah, so it's getting back to the future. Whereas we're getting back to previous times where everything was much more advanced and complete and unified. So that is excellent. I'm very happy with that 8-8. Again, is this the solution to Paul is deaf? Have I don't know. Ah, shit, man. I mean, why does this sound so bad? Because there's nothing more annoying, is there, than you know, the sound crackling. Should I reload or something? I think I can just, let me just try reload quickly, and I think I can just reload, can't I? Let me stop sharing for a second. No, there's no reload button. I don't know how I reload that now. That's awful annoying now. I'm sorry about that for anyone who's been listening. I don't know what to do. Don't know what to do. I'm always in the dark. No, I don't know what to do really. I just have to, because I'm afraid if I reload it now, it will just conk out. I'm not going to stay on too much longer anyway, but right. So last thing I'm going to do, let me do that. Is that coming through okay now? So it's been a nightmare of a show then. Fuck it. Well, don't know what to say. Sorry about that. Yeah, thanks, Dave. 8-8, hidden hand. There you go. We're ahead of the game. So when I look at that 2015, what do you call it? Economist cover, worldwide cover. That pathway is definitely there. And I've been saying beforehand about the HH with the Paul is dead. Paul is the walrus. The walrus is a walrus moustache. Is to be found under the dodo in chapter 3 of Lewis Carroll's work, which points us to the hand which emerges, the hidden hand emerges from the north center, which is beyond the wing. X marks the spot, hands solo. Yeah, so I said that before. So to see that hidden hand there indicated in terms of the arrows with the 11.5 and 11.3. So you get 88. 88 back to the future as well, if we think of that speed. So a hidden hand is taking us back to the future. So it's about repairing. So that's what I was talking about, Humpty Dumpty. Yeah, the egg is the dodo's egg. It's the dodo's the flat earth. The egg is the electromagnetic barrier that holds back the waters beyond. The barrier was disrupted by the destruction of the giant trees. We had an inundation of salty waters above on a massive scale, and it changed the whole face of the earth. This is where the dodo comes in, disc covered in 1598. That tells me that was the year. That was the year that that was the year it all began, if you will. And yeah, the dodo was discovered with giant turtles. And again, I pointed out the article tonight. I was looking for the elephant, and lo and behold, the elephant turns up in the form of an elephant egg from the extinct elephant bird, specific to Mauritius Islands as well. So yeah, this is the grander story. So the hidden hand, the 88, getting us back to the future. Remember the car, the DeLorean had to go at 88 miles to achieve a shift. So yeah. So yeah, that's the way I see it. And again, it's all about the sun. The sun is the lightsaber. So it's the lightsaber. That's exactly what the sun is. It's a lightsaber. It's a tree. Imagine this crystalline tree, broad. Again, I'm repeating stuff, but this huge crystalline tree, transmitting these energies via its trunk, its limbs, its branches, its, what do you call it? Its leaves, whatever form you want to take, whatever we want to cast your imagination. You're talking about monstrous levels and even monstrous sizes relative to what we know, and you can be sure you have a different light show going on above, but not in terms of what we know, the stars, the planets, the moon, etc. They're all aspects of this lightsaber sun. That's what I'm going to call it now. And then you have Luke Skywalker in Star Wars. That's the revolving island. So the sun has this, you see, it's a sort of a gyroscopic, a gyrating motion. So again, you have the tides going in and out from the North Center on this regular basis. And then you have the different movement as well to account for the sun sort of coming and going between the tropics of Cancer and they're not even tropics as well, they're just extents as to the movements of the sun. Yeah, you have that separate motion, but then on the daily basis, we have the two tides, trillions of tons of water. So the sun has been affected by that as well. And that gives us the capillary separate movements of the sun. So yeah, and yeah, that's where. So I see all these high built towers. Transmission towers, and I meant to look into that as well. Was there many high towers going up in desert areas? And I'm sure there will be. I'm sure I'll find that there will be speckled throughout the desert areas. You'll have a few towers, few massive towers like Bahrain, Middle East. We can see that a lot of built up areas there, all that sort of stuff. So I can picture those as like conducting points, you know. So is it all about repairing the barrier? I think so. And then we have completely different conditions. And this is what, everything was different. Everything was absolutely different. I think we were in a state of perpetual twilight. That's why I've been feeling all my life that the sun is unnatural in a big sense to me, you know. And I think living by night is actually more natural for us. This is where maybe the owl comes in terms of Masonic iconography, etc. That living by night is probably more suitable to us, because we were in the midst of this broken system, and we were under this electromagnetic force. And again, it's easy to see what the force is. If this electromagnetic barrier is holding back the waters beyond, that is obviously exerting a force, and there has to be an equal and opposite force. So this is the force we're under, you know. Again, it's unnatural to us. So, shit. What was I trying to screen share? What did you want me to screen share? Was I going to screen share something? I don't know. Was I? Wasn't I? What was I going to screen share? I was going to screen share something. Did you want anything particular screen shared? Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Dave. Thank you for that, Dave. Go through that yourself, man, and you'll see that the clues are all there. The hand is over Putin, so that's the starting point. So I think the only thing is, where's the getting off point? But if we're already ahead in terms of, we already know about the dodo, you know, then that's a different matter. And again, I know that many people aren't going to be interested in this, but that's fine. The dodo's day will come, you know, the day of the dodo, because again, it's just encoded in so many different places, and the pointers are there. And I'm not sure, what was I going to look? Oh, that's what I'm going to do. I'll do that quickly. Just go into a quick. I don't need to go into. Don't need to go into. Google Earth now or anything. I just want to get a rough view of Mauritius. And the scant pictures there as well. You know, you'd expect, you type in Mauritius, and you'd expect a lot more information. Okay, let me just. I'm just going to see now if there's any correlation there. Okay. What do you think? Let me screen share that. What do you think? I'm not good at this. Oh, well, let me see now. It's not a million miles away. So I'll just screen share. Mauritius. Delicious Mauritius. So I hope we can just get a grasp on that one. And yeah. Let me just skip to, well, I'll have to zoom in here. Well, if one thing I forgot to go through, or not to, one thing I did, that's pretty important as well, but it's not really. Right, here we go. I hope you can see that. There's the goal size here, whatever this thing is. I'm not sure what this thing is. I'll definitely have to have a think about this. And I know it's detailed before. So there's the ghost. There's the island. Oh, it's not. Don't know about that. I'm looking at his eye particularly here. I'm going, what's this? So you're talking about a holiday island destination with palm trees like this, sunshine, and there's going to be definitely some indication that this is It's going to be a pointer. It's going to point to somewhere. But I'm looking at the eyes to see if there's any correlation between the eyes. That was just my idea originally. And any correlation between the eyes and the actual shape of the island itself. Would you ever guess that? It's not a million miles off, is it? It's not a fucking million miles off. If you can see, I hope you can see. It's not, you know. It's not. Especially the left eye here. And maybe they have, like, you know the way they flip things as well. I hope am I flicking through screens? I hope I am. Let me just make sure. Yeah, I'm flicking through. So, I mean, it's not a million miles off, is it? I know it's not. It's not as Let me just go in a bit closer. It's not a perfect match, but I'm wondering, is there a little bit of sort of tinkering to do? To get it to be in the shape of the guy himself. No, there's definitely some clues here anyway. I'll find what the fuck that is. Again, when I looked at that initially, and that's where I left it last night, I was looking for about 20 minutes. And I made my way down to the Cheshire Cat, and I was looking at him. I looked over here, and the first thing I said, is that a fucking baby's dodo? I said, is that a baby's dodo? And then I left it. But I don't think it is. But whatever it is, and there's even some yellow writing here as well. I have to wonder now. But, you know, all I think this is going to do anyway is point us to Mauritius. So when I see this holiday brochure, I'm thinking it's going to point us to Mauritius. And again, we can go down here, see the turtle is missing something. How would you put that in context? Do you know what I mean? Unless you knew about the flat earth. There's so many different pieces to put into place here, isn't there? And look down here, well, I'm not going to say central. Mauritius is located here somewhere. So, yeah. In case I wasn't sharing earlier on, this is what I was talking about with the ball behind Alice, for all of us. So the hidden hand, everything is for the purposes of all of us, and we can look on with sort of a detachment. And I did point that out reading Alice in Wonderland, that she moves through the different challenges without fear and without hesitation. So I think that's the way we kind of maybe should be looking at this a little bit more. Yeah, there's just in case you didn't see it, there's the 11.5, 11.3, that's the 88, which is the hidden hand. So the hidden hand is working for all of us behind the scenes. And it's all about the North Center, and it's all about repairing, getting back to a previous state of affairs. So it's repairing the giant trees, and that's a brilliant find there, I think, just looking in on Alice's foot with the laurel leaves. You have A4 on the front of the Queen's Land Rover. Land Rover, yeah. So look at the laurel leaf on Alice's foot. Look at that. What else could that be pointing to? And I also pointed out a picture last week where you have the beetles in a field, the fake beetles, the fetals in a field. And of all plants that they choose to be on front of, it was a plant exactly like this, with the sort of the spines coming up from a main central spine. I wonder what this is the tip of the beak here represents. This sort of comes before. This comes before this. I guess maybe this is a point of similarity. I don't know, or not similarity, singularity. I don't know. This comes before Alice and the ball and everything. So I'll definitely have to look into that a bit more. Castrol GTS. So before I go, let me, and again, I'm just speaking here at this stage. It's like what are you going to do? I'm just moving along, pointing these things out, and I tended to waffle as well. I should definitely try and compress things a bit better. What am I going to do here? Oh yeah, so just to reiterate, just to put this all together again. Okay. Do, 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 do. This is undeniable to me at this stage now. This is absolutely undeniable, and this has to be the solution to it, because you have to be, well, not exactly the whole everything, the whole shebang, but this is the vast majority of it. Here we have the hidden hand above Paul, just like we had the hidden hand above Putin, or put in. I noticed with the dodo, this is chapter 3. I noticed with the dodo there was a face before. It looked like a face, and I didn't think much of it. A few different things were pointed out then. The dodo with the walking stick here looks like the Gleason's map, and indeed it does, down to the cardboard strip coming out of the center point as well. So that was thanks to Teddy Carl. And yeah, Yoda and the dodo, very similar as well. Star Trek is playing a major role. I was actually going to go through Star Wars, actually, not Star Trek, Star Wars Wikipedia, and through the different characters, and just seeing the different connections that will throw themselves out of me, because I'm not sure about a lot of the characters, but some of them I can immediately relate to all of this. Again, from Han Solo, there's the Han Solo there. Look, Han Solo, X-Wing. X is underneath the wing. And again, I pointed out that Paul McCartney, the Fall McCartney, this guy here, went on to, the Beatles broke up, and he went on to create a band called Wings. There he is underneath the wing. So you can, I have the face circle. Let me zoom in and add a small bit, just the way you can make sure you can see it. It's probably easier to see when it's smaller. But what it reminds me of is a mix of this and this. This is a picture from the Paul is Dead conspiracy. Anthony Riley was talking about it yesterday. And interesting that he said in Aston Martin, 2 people, a male and female, supposed to have died in Aston Martin DB5. And I said to myself, male and female, isn't it interesting? Because, I mean, I think part and parcel of the greater story is that we have been divided, you know, from Genesis 1, male and female within one. We have sort of been decomposed into parts. But yeah, DB5, DB is 4, D is 4, B is 2, 42. There's your 42. 42 is the most important number, while 420 is. So anyway, that reminded me, when I saw this picture, it reminded me of this, but also this as well. So when I put the 2 of them together, perfect. It's them. It's the 2 of them together, right? Again, this picture is perfect. I've been saying Paul is dead. Paul is dead as a dodo. Paul is the dodo. The dodo wears a checkerboard dress. In other words, it's the Cartesian coordinate system, which is used to map a flat and stationary Earth. So perfect illustration here of that. And when I combine these 2 faces, I get this face, right? Here we have it under the hand as well, under the hand, right? If I zoom in, there's a moustache here, look. What kind of moustache would you describe that as? A U-bend. Well, it's a walrus moustache. Type in walrus moustache. So Paul is a walrus. This is Paul underneath the water. He's underneath the wing. Paul went on to do Paul McCartney and Wings. So it's underneath the wing. Well, what's this? This is a hand, right? Is this the hidden hand? I asked myself, emerging from the North Center. Is it all about the North Center? A cane also is said to represent a spine, or the backbone. The axis mundi is said to be in at the North Center. So there's Paul. So yeah, Paul is Dead, all about Alice in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland is all about chapter 3 and the dodo. The dodo is all about the wing. Again, Han Solo X-Wing. So what's going on behind the wing, if the wing is the North Center. And then we have the trees, the giant trees. I typed in hidden hand and giant trees. Or no, I didn't. I just typed in hidden hand, and I was expecting to see things associated with the sun, with giant trees, felled trees, especially because this is what got us into this position in the first place. And indeed, a beautiful example came up of exactly that. So, yeah, that's about it, man. That's about it. Been through a lot, and you can see if any one piece of the puzzle was left out, then how would you hope to get here? How would you just saw this face, how would you associate it with Flat Earth, first of all, with Paul is Dead, with that greater puzzle as well, with the 420. So just to sum up, like, it's all about the 420 years from the dodo being discovered. That date was always set for, I don't know, Earth Mach 2, a relaunch. And here we are going through this experience in the meantime, and glad that it's coming to an end, I guess. Yeah, so 420 from 1598, when dodo was discovered, brings us up to 2018. Now, I knew that Sandy Hook was very important. So 6 years, so 7 days before 21st of the 12th, 2012, Sandy Hook came on the scene, and that woke up a whole hell of a lot of people. 9/11 was the big one to wake up people, of course. But yeah, it's 6 years from 2012 to 2018. Now, 2018 itself, 2 + 1 + 8 gives you 11. 9/11 was about getting from 9 to 11. 9 represents the 6 to me, which is the spiraling, jarring nature of the sun's movement, which is in the state of, no, I'm not going to say disrepair. Yeah, well, disrepair, I guess, and it's all about overcoming the 10, the binary, the 1, 0, the division, and reuniting as a whole as 11. So 2018 adds up to 11. But in another sense then, and I was looking for the other 6, I said 2 times 18 as well as 36, and 36 is 6 times 6. Where's the other 6 coming from? Then I thought about Sandy Hook, and it's 6 years from Sandy Hook 2012 to 2018. And I know what you're going to say. I know what you're thinking. But vague as these things might seem, I certainly think they're significant. And yeah, that's the connection. So as far as the Paul is Dead thing here, I wonder what else would there be to solve? What else where else is there to go with this? If what I'm saying is, again, I can't think of where else to go, except just to find a place to head for. I think the North Center is open for us, especially since 2011, and that's the last piece of the puzzle. You have to have somewhere to head for. So again, if that place or location presents itself, I'm going to know immediately. You're just going to know immediately, if it has some intimate connection with Lewis Carroll. And of course, Lewis Carroll, IPS is Lewis Carroll. I mentioned that earlier. Just Google. Let me do that actually. So I'll leave this. Now I'll hang on for about 10 more minutes, and yeah, you can see Paul is Dead here. The face. The walrus is Paul, but so once you get to there, then you go to the wing. So it's all about the wing then. X marks the spot, and then the hidden hand emerging from. And you can even see here the cloth around the wrist. It's sort of like a wizard's cloth. Yeah, under the X. So it's all about getting back to the future, the 8/8. And yeah, we've been prepared for that, and now is the time. So this is a puzzle for all of us. So if you want to get involved, for yourself and take the investigation further, if you will, or if you have any questions, actually, you can just ask me or message me or whatever. I can certainly give you my view. I just have a general overview on how the Earth is now. I mean, again, I talk about the boundary conditions where the water meets the barrier, meets the land. Then you have ice, and you have a contoured barrier. So imagine a hemispherical barrier, and imagine the support at the very center collapsing. So the center collapses like a souffle, and it still maintains a barrier around itself, but there's an outside barrier that's separated from it. This is where the Orlando Ferguson map comes in. That tells us the shape and nature of the barrier. So you have a separate North Pole or North Center barrier, and then you have rising low to high in the equator equatorial areas, to low again at the peripherals. This is the nature of the barrier, like a spider or like an octopus, if you will, with the sort of splaying motion. Yeah, and the barrier is close. It's whatever, I'm going to say an average about 100 kilometers, even though that seems a bit high, but it seems about right anyway. It's not too much further than that or too much less than that. And it is contoured in a manner given. But the most important thing to remember, it's an invisible barrier. It's holding back the waters beyond. And when you introduce light into this environment, then you have a hole of mirrors. And you have a light show been reflected around. That's what the moon is. When the sun is depending on its relative position to the barrier, then you have the phases of the moon to the full moon been reflected. It's always at its lowest at the full moon with the barrier, so it'll be reflected immediately opposite, and you get a full reflection. The reason the moon can be over 50% is because it's been reflected off a concave surface. So we can see why that might happen, right? And yeah, that's the barrier. The Earth is flat and stationary. It's limited all around by this ice wall, and the sun sort of keeps the ice at bay. But again, it's all part of a broken system, and I see that being repaired. So I better go to chat. I was going to go to actually so many different things I could talk about. Well, let me do that, and then I'll quit. IPS being Lewis Carroll. Well, that just sounds strange, doesn't it? That just sounds freaky. But yeah, convinced of it at this stage. And is Mad Mike, his Mad Mike IPS is Mad Hatter? Again, it's all a game. So I'll leave Mauritius there for a while. I'll definitely do a bit more looking into if anything occurs to me about that character with the holiday magazine. I'll have to think about that. Absolutely, definitely, that is just pointing us to the dodo in the first place. I'm sure of it. But I'd like a more definitive connection. Lewis Carroll, okay, and then I'll go. It's all fucking freaky, isn't it? It's all freaky. What's the first thing that occurs to you? Let me, and this is where Rebel comes in as well. Princess Leia. So let me just share that. And then I'll just go to the chat then, and I will leave. So Lewis Carroll, here we go. There you go. When I saw it, this is a fabricated character as well. It didn't exist. He's the hidden hand. I mean, the three books, right? The three things, the most popular books earthwide: the Bible, the works of Shakespeare, and then Alice in Wonderland, earthwide. So these are all things that are ingrained in every culture, to some degree or another, anyway. And yeah, I say they're all written by the same hidden hand. Say the Bible was written in and around 1611. Even if that's a bit early. Same with the works of Shakespeare, all came out about the same time. And who knows what early conditions were like? We just have no idea. Again, we're dealing with far and advanced technologies here, and knowledge that's passed over from the changing of the ages, the before and after. So yeah, I was going to go into a bit more detail about Lewis Carroll, but yeah, I'll have to wait till next time. But look at the hair. Look at the hair. One thing that stuck out about IPS is the hair. Here's a perfect example here. I just looked at the hair and I looked at the face in general. I said, that's fucking, what else, man? You know? And again, I'll talk about that the next time, but just the different connections from IPS. To me, I could say IPS, right? Piche, IPS, the dodo and Fepe. The dodo came out, just like with Patricia Steer. When I talked about the dodo, when the dodo came out and reared its head, a short while later, out comes another flightless bird in the form of Fepe. Now, Fepe, if you look at Fepe, it's Homer Simpson with a beak. Homer is known for his does, dough. And he also likes his donuts, So yeah, in terms of IPS 9, I is 9, P is 16, S is 19, so it's 91619. There's 911s encoded there. Of course, outside of me, I always talk about 9/11 media fakery and no one dying. Again, media hoax, media stunt. And then suddenly IPS comes on the scene and starts saying the same thing. So I also talk about urine, IPS, IPSC Pete. So IPS. And there's a few other things. There really is. Which I've written down, but again, it's too late now to go into it. But all I wanted to show you here was, look at the hair, look at the face in general. And if you look into, again, I didn't have a chance to show I think I have it here. No, I don't have it up. Oh, I do, yeah, I have it over here, look. Lewis Carroll, if you read his biography, or down the end, especially there's pictures. Look, I just have a look at the pictures, and there's some very revealing pictures. There really is. There are some absolutely very revealing pictures. It's not even the same guy here anyway. This guy is not the same guy as this guy. He's not the same guy as this guy. So again, this is a fabrication. Some interesting things here in this as well. Maybe go into that the next time, because again, the whole man's life is fabricated. It doesn't exist. He's a fiction. But yeah, it represents. But look, I just looking at this. He had 42 boxes, all carefully packed, with his name painted clearly on each. But since he omitted to mention the fact, they were all left behind on the beach. But I just pointed out 42 as well. 42 is the number next to 33. I think 420 better, more than 42. But yeah. So everything about his life is fabricated, so therefore it holds clues. Yeah, interesting. The walrus and the carpenter. Well, the walrus is Paul, and the carpenter, yeah. The walrus leads to the north wing center, or the north center under the wing, and the carpenter is Jesus. Jesus is the sun. So again, and in the tale itself, it pretty much tells you that the moon is the sun. Let me just do that briefly, because the sun was shining on the sea, shining with all his might. He did his very best to make the billows smooth and bright. And this was odd. Was it dodo odd? This was odd because it was the middle of the night. The moon was shining sulkily because she thought the sun had got no business to be there after the day was done. It's very rude of him, she said, to come and spoil the fun. Right, you see, read that in a particular way, and to me, it says that the sun and the moon are one and the same thing. So again, I think all of these clues are everywhere, and this puzzle is going back hundreds of years. I'm going to say it's a 419-year-old puzzle at this stage, because to connect it all together definitely goes back to Lewis Carroll, but it has to go back beyond that. It goes back and connects with Shakespeare, go back and connects with the Bible. Again, the Bible, Genesis 1, that's one story, Genesis 2, so you have two stories. So, yeah. But Lewis Carroll, okay, let me go back to here just to say this. You can see straight away the hair, weird hair that the IPS had, and it's a very close likeness, isn't it? But here, just here, look at Princess Leia. Look at Rebel, Yvette. Yvette is such a what do you call it, character, isn't she? A well-established character, even though I don't know her. I don't know many people's names. I don't know who's who at this stage. I honestly don't. I don't know who's who and who's what. And I'm not too bothered. But again, if I come across any actors that I think are, I have to call them out. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But it won't be out of any ill intent. But look at Yvette, Princess Leia. Yeah. Again, connect that with Han Solo, X-Wing, Luke Skywalker. You know, lightsaber. This is what the sun is now. It's a lightsaber. So again, all connects. And yeah, you can see there's very few pictures of him. This is all fabricated. This is all, yeah, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. And I had to look through some of these pictures, and they look fake. They literally look fake, and I can point out where they are fake. So yeah, and there's even a strange one. They're even telling you as well. It's transgender. It's male female. This is the general idea. So I might go through that the next time. But yeah, I think that's about it. Let me just quickly go back to chat. Stop sharing here and go back to chat. I hope the sound is coming through okay now, because again, there's nothing worse than listening to sort of bad quality audio. So I'll just go back to chat briefly and see how everyone is doing. Kali Yuga, how you doing? How you doing? Not sure how long you were listening there, but definitely lots of connections. Definitely lots of connections. As you know, Michael Jackson's smack bang in the center of all of this. And of course, he chosen to come back with or I suspected with the name the Dodo. I mean, just ties it all in together. But I think we move beyond that in one sense, that the Dodo leads somewhere else. The Dodo leads ultimately to the hidden hand and the North Center. And yeah. Jimbo is here. How you doing, Jimbo? Nice to see you, man. I haven't talked to you in a long while, but I hope the sound and the visuals came through there. I mean, it's fucking no good if you're just getting one and not the other, isn't it? But yeah, I hope that came through. I have no way of knowing otherwise. Yeah, so let me just see if anyone else. Okay, yeah, that's about it, I think. Good day, happy campers. Hand solo equals hand solo equals one hand equals hidden hand. Yeah, exactly. And X-wing as well. X-wing been a type of ship in the Star Wars, wasn't it? The final ship that Luke Skywalker defeated Darth Vader. Think about Darth Vader as well and what he might represent, but yeah. Yeah, so the hidden hand is all about the North Center as well. Jimbo, I don't think you like giant trees, Jim, do you? I mean, can't help it if you like it or not. It's something I'm going along with anyway, and I certainly have no reason to change that right now. And as you know, I've held this view for quite a while, so I'm sure you'll be tolerant to. We have to be tolerant to all points of view at this stage, isn't it? But yeah, you say that. Oh, I heard you saying that, Jim. That's that's game over, isn't it? It's game over in so many ways. If you can see that, yeah. So just to read it out, you say at 89,000 feet over Tucson, you see the Canadian Rockies over 1,300 miles away, and also downtown LA, the horizon should be 365 miles. Wow. Yeah. There's no other explanation, is there? But well, I guess you could make an argument for Stephen Christ's concave. But I mean, flat Earth, isn't it? I mean, at this stage, it's gone beyond. It's gone beyond the joke. But again, I think who are we trying to convince here? All of the antagonists. for me, already know the Earth is flat and stationary. So, I mean, there's an unraveling going on, and I think we're all going to be made known. This is all going to be made known to everyone. You know, the flat Earth, and then everything changes. In the meanwhile, there's a greater puzzle to be solved, as I see it, and yeah, I've been talking about that for the last while. So, I think it's a puzzle that affects us all. You know, I think at this stage we know the Earth is flat and stationary. It's not as if like we can present this information now, James, to I don't know who, to NASA, to the government or whatever. That's just not the way it's going to work. So it'll just be stacked with the rest of the information that shows that the Earth is fucking flat and stationary, the way I see it. You know. But it'll all be rolled out ultimately anyway, Paul. So, Tooth, if if you think the Earth is flat, you're insane. What's wrong with you people? Well, I mean, those days are done, man. Those days are done. If you think the Earth is a globe, a spinning globe now, you're just you're crazy. And you know the most important thing here is to understand that most people who will label you crazy for talking about a flat Earth immediately, I mentioned earlier on, the Earth is flat, you fucking dodo. The Earth is flat, you fucking dodo. That's what they're thinking, you know. When you can soon I can undermine the best of them now. You know, they can't answer my basic questions. Meanwhile, in my thinking, I moved well ahead. I mean, flat Earth is flat and stationary for the longest of times for me. So you move on to different thinking. Yeah, you're right, Aeon. Heliocentrism is absurd. It is absolutely absurd. Everything is flipped. But as I was saying as well, we'd be foolish just to throw out everything because their lies are built on truth. So they've just flipped everything. So if we take their lies inverted, then we can look at that information and see how it applies to a flat and stationary Earth. That's why I think the sun moves in an elliptical fashion, which I mentioned that in the rugby ball on the front of the Economist magazine. I don't know if you saw that, connecting the dots there, Aeon, in the Economist. But look, that's one of the biggest magazines on the earth. We know who owns that, and that is a direct line, and we're being pointed in the direction. So I think I already made my way beyond the clues that were given there. I think that's just going to point to the dodo, you know what I mean? So I'll just be looking for clarification in terms of that holiday magazine and whatever that little creature was holding it up is pointing exactly towards. So yeah. Liuka says, speaking of the Beatles and ice, the ice is slowly melting. Here comes the sun. Okay, is the ice is slowly melting? Is that all right? That's a line. That's the line previous to "Here Comes the Sun." Well, that's in reference to the ice wall, maybe. Yeah. So the sun keeps the ice at bay. Yeah. Yeah. So that seems to be about it then. You say about a tree in the center. What's outside? Well, I think it's water's outside. But beyond that, it's sort of unknowable, isn't it? I mentioned that at the start here. You have to sort of call a limit or call a line at some point. We don't know what's beyond the North Center, for instance. We can only speculate, but we certainly don't know what's beyond the waters beyond, if you will. There's no way of getting any closer to truth. We just need further information. I think all this stuff will become clear to us at some point anyway. So you called him Dark Vader by mistake, then asked what he represents, the dark side. Well, just have to, what is dark and what isn't. Is dark and light? What is light? Should we go towards the light? I think dark is a more natural state. So, yeah, it just depends. I think we definitely have to relook at everything anyway. And one of the pressing questions is now, what is real? What can we settle on and sort of agree on and define, well, ourselves really. What is real? What is real for us? What can we take and run with? So these are the greater questions. Okay, let me let me yeah, let me just say good night. I waffled on again for a few hours, and I hope it wasn't too disturbing now, or it wasn't too disturbed the sound and the images. So I'd say thanks for tuning in, and yeah, there's definitely some things to consider there, and it's all coming together. So if you're interested, and I think everyone should be, because it's the story of all of us after all, then you'll follow the different leads, and I think you'll find that they all make sense and they all do lead to this definitive point. So on that note, I'll say thanks for tuning in, and yeah, good health to all and love to all, and I shall talk to you next time. Oh, of all the money that e'er I spent it in good company, and all the harm that e'er I did, alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit to memory now I can't recall. So fill to me the parting glass. Good night, and joy be with you all. If I had money enough to spend, and leisure to sit a while, there is a fair maid in town that sorely has my heart beguiled. Her rosy cheeks, her ruby lips, I own she has my heart enthralled. So fill to me the parting glass. Good night, and joy be with you all. Oh, all the comrades that e'er I had, they are sorry for my going away. And all the sweethearts that e'er I had, they wished me one more day to stay. But since it falls unto my lot that I should rise and you should not, I will gently rise and I'll softly call. Good night, and joy be with you all. I will gently rise and I'll softly call. Good night, and joy be with you all. Oh, well, friends, I love you, Steve.